Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, what are checked exceptions in Java? Let me answer. In Java, there are two types of exceptions. One is checked exceptions and other one are unchecked exceptions. Then what are checked exceptions? Checked exceptions are the types of exceptions in Java where the compiler will check for these exceptions and suggest that there is a possibility of the exception in the code before you run the code. Okay. During the compile time itself, the compiler will detect in a particular line there is a possibility of an exception. Such kind of exceptions are called as checked exceptions. Then what about unchecked exceptions? Unchecked exceptions are not checked by the compiler. Compiler will not suggest you that there is a possibility of exception in that particular line, even though there is a possibility. Okay. Such kind of exceptions which are not checked by the compiler are called as unchecked exceptions. The exceptions which can be checked by the compiler in advance before you run the program during the compile time at this particular line of code, there's a possibility of this kind of exception. Such kind of exceptions fall into the checked exceptions category. I'm going to give you some examples as part of practical demonstration to understand what exactly the checked exceptions are. For that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE. Here in this project, I'm going to create a new file, new Java file. I'll name this file with any different name, some random name, let's say class 14 or something. I'll just name this as class 14. So class 14 and click on main method. And inside that class 14, inside the main method, I'm going to write one line where compiler will compile the code and suggest that there is a possibility of an exception here. For example, if I write thread.sleep, that is a predefined class in Java and it has a static predefined method known as sleep method. And when I call this method and say 3000 milliseconds, if I give, you see I'm getting an error. It's a compiler error. Why this kind of compiler error is coming when I am writing thread.sleep here? When I hover the mouse, you can understand that the compiler is checking that there's a possibility of exception. Compiler, with the help of this compiler error during the compile time at this particular line 7 is suggesting that with this thread.sleep, there is a possibility of interrupted exception. What if this program is running in a multi-threaded environment and an interrupted kind of exception will occur when any other thread will stop the program from halting. Okay. If this thread is there, the thread will halt for 3 seconds because of thread.sleep, the program will halt for 3 seconds. But what if any other thread will come into the program? If it is multi-threaded program, then another thread will disturb this thread.sleep and interfere here or interrupt this waiting time. So there is a possibility of interrupted exception it is saying, though even though it is a single threaded program, but still the compiler will suggest that sometimes. Okay. So if the compiler is suggesting that there is a possibility of an exception here and you try to surround this with a try catch block like this, okay, then this kind of exceptions which are suggested by compiler are called as checked exception. For example, thread.sleep interrupted exception falls into the, if I say control Z here and go back here, what type of exception this compiler is suggesting there is a possibility interrupted exception, right? There is a possibility of interrupted exception. The compiler is suggesting me before I run the code. So this is one example of checked exception where the interrupted exception is checked by the compiler, okay, before we run the code. Another example where we can get the checked exception is buffered or file input stream. I'll write file input stream. FIS is equal to new file input stream. I'll write file input stream. And I'll import this control shift O. It will import the file input stream from java.io package. And here in the constructor cannot be empty, guys. We have to pass a file. I'll create a file here. File1 is equal to new file of, I'll give some abc.txt file here. Okay, abc.txt file. Whether this particular file exists or not doesn't matter. Control Shift O, file will be imported from java.io package. Now I'm going to give this file one here in this constructor. Despite of giving the file in this constructor or this line is giving me a compiler error saying that compiler is suggesting that there is a possibility of unhandled exception type. You have to handle the file not found exception. What if this particular abc.txt file doesn't exist at this path? In that case, what you will do is saying, okay. So here also, before I run the code, the compiler during the compile time at the line 13, here at this line, when I hover the mouse, it's suggesting that there's a possibility of file not found exception. So apart from the interrupted exception, another exception, another example for checked exceptions category is file not found exception, which is which will be suggested by the compiler. That's why it's called as checked exception, because it is checked by the compiler that there is a possibility of this file not found exception or not. Okay, so file not found exception also will fall into the checked category of the exception types. So these are few examples of the checked exceptions, guys. There are many other examples that you may come across while working with the Java programs. And when the compiler detects there's a possibility of such kind of exceptions during the compile time itself before you run the program, such kind of exceptions in Java are called as checked exceptions. If the compiler doesn't suggest, for example, if I write int a is equal to 9 divided by 0, here there is a possibility of arithmetic exception, but here you cannot divide a number by 0 in Java, guys, but compiler is not suggesting us anything here. Okay, when you run the code during the runtime only, you will get the exception as arithmetic exception. These kind of exceptions are not called as checked exceptions because the compiler is not checking them in advance. Okay, before you run the code, while the code is get in the compile time, during the compile time, while the compiler is compiling this Java code, when you are writing the code, before running the code, if the compiler detects and suggests that there is a possibility of exception at this particular line, such kind of exceptions are called as checked exceptions. And other type of exceptions like dividing a number by 0, arithmetic exception, and trying to store an extra element into the array behind the size. Such kind of exceptions, compiler will not suggest there is a possibility. Such kind of exceptions are called as unchecked exceptions. So hope guys, with practical demonstration, you understood what are checked exceptions in Java. Checked exceptions are the exceptions in Java which are checked by the compiler during the compile time before you run the program. Okay, and compiler will suggest that there's a possibility of exception at this particular line of code before you run the code. Such kind of exceptions are called as checked exceptions. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, what are unchecked exceptions in Java? Let me answer. There are two types of exceptions in Java. One are checked exceptions and the other one are unchecked exceptions. Coming to the checked exceptions, they are checked by the compiler before you run the code. Whenever you write some code in Java program, and if Java compiler feels that in this particular code, there is some line of code where on running that line of code, there is a possibility of getting an exception after running. So Java compiler will detect the possibility of exception in advance before you run the code. Okay, such kind of exceptions which are identified by the Java compiler before you run the code itself are called as checked exceptions. Coming to the question here, that is, what are unchecked exceptions? So as the name speaks, these are not checked by the compiler. Even though there is a possibility of getting an exception in the output after running the code, still Java compiler will not suggest you that this particular line you may get this exception. Java compiler will not suggest you. Such exceptions which are unchecked by the compiler before you run the code are called as unchecked exceptions. There are different examples for unchecked exceptions like arithmetic exception, array index out of bounds exception, null pointer exception, number format exception, okay, and many other kind of input mismatch exceptions, and many are there, guys. These are the famous ones anyhow. So for all these exceptions, right, you will only see them after running the code, but compiler will not suggest you in advance that there is a possibility of the exception. To understand the answer for this question in a better way, I'm going to show you the examples, okay? So in a practical way, so by writing some Java code, for that I'll go to one of the project, guys, and in the project, I'll go to one of the package. I'll say IJ here. I'll create a new sample class with some random name. I'm going to right click and create a new class. Fine. I'll just name this class as class 15, and with main method I'll create. The moment I create a class here, here, inside the main method, I'm going to write some code where Java compiler, before running the code itself, it will state that there's a possibility of exception here. For example, if I write thread.sleep, okay, if I write this thread.sleep, where sleep is one of the predefined static method of the thread predefined class in Java. Here I'll give something like 3000 milliseconds, okay. So here, when you hover the mouse, you see the Java compiler is suspecting, already giving you an error message, compiler error message stating that at this particular line, there is a possibility of which exception? Interrupted exception is possible, okay. There's a possibility of interrupted exception because of this line. So better you surround this with try catch block, like that Java compiler is suggesting you. So this kind of exceptions, for example, which type of exception it is saying that there is a possibility Java compiler interrupted exception. If Java compiler is suspecting or detecting the possibility of exception before you run the code, such kind of exceptions will come under checked exception category, because Java compiler is checking that the possibility of this exception is there or not in the code before you run the code. This interrupted exception will fall under the checked exception because they are checked by the compiler before you run the code. Okay. Similar to interrupted exception, we have IO exception and many other type of exceptions, guys, that Java compiler generally checks before running the code. Okay. Now, if I write some other code in place of this, if I write some other code like int a is equal to 9 divided by 0 and system.out.println, system.out.println a, I'll print the value of the a, and system.out.println, I'll simply write down end of this program. Okay. I'll just write down here saying end of this program. Like this, I'll write the code, guys. Okay, like this, I'm going to write the code. Now tell me what is going to happen here. So is the Java compiler suggesting us there is a possibility of exception when you try to divide a number by 0, but in Java it's not possible to divide a number by 0, guys. But still, if you try to divide a number by 0, Java compiler is not suggesting that there's a possibility of arithmetic exception here. You can clearly see with your eyes you are trying to divide a number by 0, but still Java is not going to give you an exception, guys. Okay. I mean, Java is not going to suggest you that there is a possibility of exception. You see, no Java compiler error is coming here. No Java compiler error is coming here. So that means what exception will be possible here when I run this code? After I run the code in the output, I'm going to get arithmetic exception because in Java, it's not possible to divide a number by 0. That's the reason I'm going to get an arithmetic exception here, guys. Okay. But Java compiler is not suggesting that there's a possibility of arithmetic exceptions around this with try-catch block handling. Nothing is being given, instructions are given by Java. Hence, you see, you can run the code without the Java compiler suggestions, and because it's not checked by the compiler, the possibility of exception will come definitely. Arithmetic exception will come in the output at the line 7, you see, because you're trying to divide a number by 0. That's the reason. The name of the exception is arithmetic exception. And at the line 7, this particular line is causing the exception, and because of which the remaining lines have not got executed, because Java execution stopped here, because compiler has not given us a suggestion stating that there is a possibility of exception in this particular line. Such kind of exceptions for which Java compiler will not inform you in advance before you run the code by giving some compiler errors. Okay, by not giving the compiler errors. In this case of unchecked exceptions, compiler errors are not coming because Java compiler is not suggesting us. Such kind of exceptions will fall into the other type, that is unchecked exceptions category, because they are not checked by the compiler. Okay, only the exceptions like interrupted exception, IO exception, file not found exception, like that many exceptions are there, which will be detected by the compiler before you run the code. Those are called as checked exceptions. But the kind of exceptions which are not detected by the compiler while writing the code, and after running only will encounter that exception in the runtime, that is in the output after the program is run, that kind of exceptions which are not checked by the compiler are called as unchecked exceptions. Example for the unchecked exceptions are arithmetic exception, array index out of bounds exception, null pointer exception, input mismatch exception, and many other type of exceptions, like are there in input mismatch exception, and number format exception, and many other, guys. The list will go on, but hope, guys, you got an idea what exactly are unchecked exceptions in Java. With practical demonstration, I've answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, what are the different types of exceptions we have in Java? Let me answer. There are two types of exceptions we have in Java. One are checked exceptions and another one are unchecked exceptions. So what are checked exceptions and what are unchecked exceptions? Let me explain. Coming to the checked exceptions, the exceptions in the Java programs which are identified by the compiler the way before you run the programs. Okay, while you have written the code and before you run the program itself, the compiler, Java compiler, is identifying that at this particular line of code, there is a possibility of you getting so and so exception, like interrupted exception or IO exception. These are few examples that Java compiler will identify by compiling the code. During the compile time itself, the possibility of exceptions is identified by the compiler. Hence, they are called as checked exceptions. The exceptions that are checked by the compiler before you run the code are called as checked exceptions. Some examples of the checked exceptions are interrupted exceptions, and another one is a file not found exception, IO exception, and many other things are there. Okay. And coming to the unchecked exceptions, these exceptions are not identified by the compiler or not checked by the compiler. Hence, they are called as unchecked exceptions. Okay. When you write the code during the compile time, the compiler will not be able to check this kind of exceptions. Okay. The compiler will not be able to check this kind of exceptions. So few examples for such kind of unchecked exceptions, which compiler will not tell you during the compile time, saying that this particular line of code, there is a possibility of exception, like arithmetic exception, array index out of bounds exception, null pointer exception, input mismatch exception. Okay, like that, many kinds of many examples are there for unchecked exceptions, which are not checked by the compiler during the compile time. Okay, the exceptions which are checked by the compiler and suggested by the compiler for you, that is a possibility, are called as checked exceptions. The exceptions which are not checked during the compile time by the compiler, and you will only encounter them when you run the program in the output if you get that kind of exceptions, but compiler has not checked it for you. Such kind of exceptions are called as unchecked exceptions. Let me practically demonstrate so that the answer for this question will become even more better and easy. Okay. So for that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE and create a new class, guys. I'll just name this class with some random name. Let's say class 16. I'll give you an example for checked exception, which will be checked by the compiler before you run the code. Another example for unchecked exception also. I'll just create this with main method. And inside this main method, I'm going to write some code like thread.sleep. Okay, this simple line in Java I'm going to write. I'll just give 3000 seconds and all, milliseconds, 3000 milliseconds. If you hover the mouse on this, you see during the compile time itself, the compiler is compiling this Java code and it's suggesting you that there is a possibility of exception known as interrupted exception. Okay, you have not run the code, but the compiler is checking that at this particular line, there is a possibility of exception. It is saying which type of exception is possible, interrupted exception is possible, it is saying the compiler. So such kind of exceptions which are suggested by the compiler by checking them during the compile time are called as checked exception. So interrupted exception will fall into which category? Checked exceptions category. Okay, because they are checked by the compiler before you run the code. In the compile time only, you will the compiler will suggest that there is a possibility of exception. And I'm going to give you another example of I'm going to give you an example for other type of exception type, that is unchecked exception. When you're trying to divide a number by 0 here, okay, system.out.println A, and if you run this program, system.out.println end of this program, etc. If I run this code, you see the compiler is nowhere saying that there is a possibility of an exception here at this particular line 9. But after you run the code, you will see that in the output, an exception detail will come. Okay, the program will stop or halt at this line because of an exception, because in Java, there is no possibility of dividing a number with 0. Okay, if you are trying to divide a number by 0, it's not possible in mathematics. In mathematics, we call it as infinite. And coming to the Java, if you try to divide a number by 0, we are going to get an arithmetic exception during the runtime. During the compile time, compiler will not check that this line may give you an exception in the output. It will not say anything. That's why this exception, arithmetic exception, that is not suggested by the compile time during before running the code, that is during the compile time, if the compiler is not suggesting you, such exceptions will fall under unchecked exception because they are not checked by the compiler. But when I run the code, after I run the code in the output, at this line 9, I am going to get an exception known as arithmetic exception. You see at the Java line 9, I got an arithmetic exception here. We got this arithmetic exception. The reason for the exception is you are trying to divide a number by 0. That is the reason for the exception. So hope guys you got an idea what exactly are checked exceptions and what exactly are unchecked exceptions. if you get this question like what are the different types of exceptions we have in Java, you have to categorize them into checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions as the types, and you have to answer like that. Okay. So with practical demonstration, I've answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program which results in file not found exception. Let me answer this question with practical demonstration. So let's get started. I'll switch to Eclipse IDE. Here I'm going to create a random class with some random name. I'll just name this class, let's say as class 17. Class 17, let's say, with main method I'll create. After I create this with main method, so inside the main method, I'm going to write some code which is going to result you in file not found exception, one of the types of exception in Java. This file not found exception is a checked exception in Java because Java compiler, before you run the code, will suggest that at this particular line of code, there is a possibility of file not found exception. Okay. So when I write the code itself, the compiler, Java compiler during the compile time, before you run the code itself, will suggest that there is a possibility of file not found exception. So I'll show you. So first I will go and represent a file. Let's say file1 is equal to new file. Okay. New file and Control Shift O. And here we have this file constructor where we have to give the path of the file. For example, under this project, there are a lot of files, right? Already there are a lot of files exist, like abc.txt file is there and all those stuff, right? We already have this abc.txt file, motoD.txt file, xyz.txt file, like that many files are there. So I'll take one of the file, let's say, which is not there here. Okay, I'll take a file which doesn't exist here. So let's say I'll take arun.txt file, which is not available. You see, if you see this project, do you see any arun.txt file available here? No, arun.txt file is not available here. So intentionally, I'm giving a particular file which doesn't exist in this particular project at that location, but is a Java compiler giving us any error that, at this line? This is just for representing a file. File predefined class in Java is used only for representing a file. It doesn't matter if you run the code, nothing will happen, guys. Okay. It just represents a file. Whether the file exists or not doesn't matter for this one. And, if I simply say end of this program, and run the code, end of this program will be printed without any problem. You'll not get any exception, etc. Because here file predefined class purpose is only to represent a file. Whether the file exists at the given path or doesn't exist doesn't matter. So under the project, arun.txt file is not there. Still, you see the program got executed, no exception came. That's okay because this is a file predefined class which just represents a file. But when you want to perform operations on the file which it doesn't exist, for example, here file class is just representing a file. So when I run the code also, nothing is happening. But if I try to perform some operation on the file which is not actually available in this project location as given here, then what will happen? Then we should get a exception like file not found exception. Like there are many predefined classes in Java using which we can read and write into the file. One of the thing I'll take, for example, for reading, right, we can take file input stream, or we can take buffer reader. Like that, many things are there, guys. Okay, buffer reader is there. Yeah, we'll go with buffer reader. Buffer reader dr is equal to new buffer reader. Okay, I can create a lot of examples, but I'm taking only one for now. For the mouse on this buffer reader and import this buffer reader from java.io package. And here the constructor cannot be empty. We have to pass the reader here. File reader I have to pass. So for that, I'll write file reader. fr is equal to new file reader. Okay. Control Shift O and pour the mouse on this file reader and import this file reader from java.io package. And after importing, click on save here. Let's wait. It's happening here. File reader import. It's not importing actually. Okay, already import statement has been added. Just close this file once. Some temporary glitch here. I'll go to the location where that has been created, and again I will open. So even after importing, also things are not happening. Over the mouse here, what is happening? Let's see. The java.file cannot be resolved is saying somehow. I'll update the project. Right click, Maven update project. Sometimes the temporary glitches will come, guys. Okay. Even after I provide the import statement, the error is not going off. So it's better you update the Java project once if the things are not working well. This should not happen, but if it happens, we have to take care of like that. So still it is not working, guys. It is not working. I'll try to clean this. If it is still not working, as a measure, right, I'll first clean it. Maven clean, I'll say. I'll try Maven clean. So I have done the Maven clean, guys. I have done the Maven clean. So it should say build success. Now I'll update it again. Right click, run as, not right click Maven, update project. Click on OK and see whether this error will be resolved or not. If that still doesn't solve the problem, we have to think of another way. Yeah, the problem has not been resolved, guys. I'll just restart my Eclipse IDE. In that case, we have to restart our Eclipse IDE, guys. You see, this kind of situation doesn't come. So if it comes in real time, I'm also showing you what you have to do to overcome the problem. I'm unable to import the file reader due to some XYZ reasons that is happening in Eclipse IDE. So I have restarted my Eclipse IDE. So let's the Eclipse IDE restart. So I have restarted my Eclipse IDE and I have removed this line basically. Okay, it was resulting the error. So I removed that and press Control Shift O. Again, I typed file reader. File reader FR is equal to new file reader. After I did that, I got this error. I hovered the mouse on this and freshly imported this. And now the error is gone. Earlier, the error was coming. Now it's not coming. In this file reader, the constructor cannot be empty. You have to give the path of the file. This particular file I'll give. So this is a file, where this particular file object is representing this file, but this particular file doesn't exist at that particular location in the project. So in that situations, what's going to happen? Guys? Okay. The file doesn't exist in the project. You see, arun.txt file is nowhere in the project. So here I'll give this FR. I'll give this FR here in the buffer reader. Now, as you can see, the file reader is giving you a possibility of exception, a checked exception. File not found exception is possible here. If the file that you have given here doesn't exist at the given path under the project, if we don't find arun.txt, there is a possibility of exception. That's what is Java compiler saying. I would like to ignore the suggestion given by the compiler. I'll ignore the compiler by shutting its mouth. I don't want to handle the exception. I'll ignore that so that when I run this code in the output, this particular line will result in, that's line 14 is going to result in which exception? File not found exception. Okay, we'll get file not found exception because arun.txt file is not really available at that particular project location. So at line 14, we got this exception known as file not found exception. Okay, we got file not found exception here, guys. Because of that reason only, just give me a second. Let me drag it properly. We got file not found exception because of that reason. Because arun.txt file, as it's clearly saying that arun.txt, the system cannot find the file specified. So the line 4 is resulting in file not found exception. Java compiler was very smart that it was actually suggesting that there is a possibility of exception here, but we have not listened to the Java compiler and we have not handled the exception using try catch block. Rather, we have ignored or shut the mouth of the compiler using the throws file not found exception. So Java compiler has shut its mouth, but ultimately if the file really doesn't exist in this project, we are going to get that exception. If I give a proper file name like abc.txt file, which is there under the project, you are not going to get this exception, guys. You see, you will not get this exception this time because abc.txt file is available under the project. End of this program will be printed, you see, without any exception. Only this exception will come when you try to give a name of the file, which actually is not there at that given location. And you're trying to read the text from the file and whatever it is. You are trying to perform read operation on this file, which doesn't exist at that particular given location. In such kind of cases, Java will give you an exception. Java compiler will suggest that there is a possibility of exception. And if we even ignore that exception in the runtime also, we are going to get an exception like file not found exception. Okay. So this is how. So if you get this kind of question in the interview, like write a Java program which generates this file not found exception, you can write like this, file not found exception, you can generate like this. Okay. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program which results in IO exception. Let me answer. The full form of IO exception is input output exception. So this exception occurs in Java when you're trying to perform operations on the files, okay, which have some restrictions being set. For example, there is a file which has some restrictions set like a read-only file. But if you're trying to perform some write operations into the file, it's read-only, right? You can only read from the file, but you cannot write into the file. Such kind of operations, when you try to perform, there is a possibility of getting this IO exception. Another restriction, another example of getting this IO exception is the file doesn't exist at the given location. You represented the file using some folder location and path you have represented the file. That folder location is wrong. Whatever the folder location that doesn't exist, so it's not possible for Java to create a new file with that name. Whatever the file name you represented and the folder location you gave, right? The folder location of the file is wrong. That doesn't exist. And if you're trying to create the file at such kind of wrong folder location using create new file command, etc., in such kind of cases also we are going to get IO exception. Okay. So you're trying to create some files or folders at some wrong locations. Okay. The wrong locations are there in the Java program. In that case, Java will attempt to create a file, but ultimately it will not be able to find that folder location where the file or folder to be created. In such cases, we'll get IO exception. Third case where we are going to get, there is a possibility of IO exception is, you are trying to create a file, but the disk space is full. Whatever the drive where or the whatever the location where you want to create a new file, that disk space is already fully occupied. Okay, there is no other space for anything. We cannot create a new file, etc. Disk space is already full. So in such kind of extreme cases also, Java unable to create the files in the disk space which is full also will give you IO exception. But I cannot practically show you all the kind of situations that will happen in Java where you will result in IO exception. But I'll give you one example, okay, where you will get this IO exception. So for that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE. I'll just take a very simple example where I'll give a wrong folder location and I will make the Java try to create a file at the wrong folder location intentionally. So what happens? Java will try to create a file at the wrong location. The wrong location of the folder location doesn't exist where you want to create a file, because of which Java will give you IO exception, that is input output exception. Due to some reasons, if the Java is unable to read from the files or write into the files or create the files, whatever it is, Java will give you this IO exception, guys. Okay, so I'll just create a new class just to demonstrate this. So here I'll just name some class, let's say class 18, some random name with main method I'm creating. Now I would like to represent a file. There are multiple ways of representing a file, guys. One of the ways like file is equal new file of, directly give the location of the file. Okay, Control Shift O, file will be important. Here I have to directly say abc.txt file. You see here already abc.txt file is there, it's proper. This is one way. And another way is that here, if I remove this part, if I remove this abc.txt from here, the overloaded constructors are there where you can specify the folder location and the file that you want to create. For example, I'll just try to give a folder which doesn't exist in this particular project. You see this particular project has sample1 folder, but I'll say demo1. Do you see any demo1 folder anywhere? No, right? I'll just put a comma here and give the name of the file that I want to create, abc.txt file or xyz.txt file, whatever the file, or mno I'll give otherwise. Okay. So this particular file where I want to create at this folder location, is demo1 folder already available in this project? No. So without creating this folder, if I try to create this file under that particular folder which doesn't exist, Java is going to give you input output exception. Okay, so how to create this particular file, whether this folder location is specified or whether the folder location is not specified, we can create a file using file1.create new file and put a semicolon here. You see the Java compiler is very clever that it checks the exception, whether there is a possibility of IO exception or not. It's checking here. Hover the mouse on this, you see unhandled exception type, there is a possibility of IO exception. Why the Java compiler is suggesting that there is a possibility of IO exception? Because this location may be wrong. Please check again. Okay, there's a possibility that this location may be wrong. In such kind of cases, the Java program will not be able to create this file under this folder, which doesn't actually exist in the project. So it's better that you handle the exception it's saying. So I am overconfident. Let's say I will ignore the exception. I'll shut the mouth of the compiler by believing that demo1 folder is already there in the project, and the mno.txt file will be created in that. I'm just thinking, and then what happens here when I say create new file? When I say create new file, this file cannot be created at demo1 because demo1 doesn't exist. If the demo1 folder exists, this file will be created under the demo1 folder. So here I'll simply write down system.out.println end of this program, end of this program. And if I run this code, observe that what will happen. This line number 12 will give you an exception known as IO exception because folder location is wrong. I told you 3 reasons for getting this IO exception, right? First reason is that we don't have necessary permissions to read or write into the files or create the file or whatever it is. Okay, so already the file is existing and you cannot read or write into the file. There you may get IO exception possibility because if the particular file has some restrictions, okay, and reading and writing won't be possible in such kind of files, means you're trying to attempt that kind of possibilities, you'll get IO exception. Another reason is where you are trying to create a file, but the disk space where you are trying to create the file is already full. How can you create a new file when the disk space is full? In that case, also extreme conditions, also very rare cases where you'll get IO exception. And the general cases where a lot of people face IO exception in Java programming is to create a file with this wrong folder location. Okay, you have to give a correct folder location, right? That particular folder is not available in this project, but you are still trying to create a file under that. So that will give you that exception, guys. Just run as Java application and observe that IO exception will come. The system cannot find the path specified. Okay, whatever this demo1 path you specified, right, that is not available. That is the reason Java, when trying to create that file under that demo1 folder, the demo1 folder path doesn't exist, because of which this particular line has thrown IO exception and the remaining portion of the code has not been executed. What if I write something like, if I really create a demo1 folder, let's say I'll just create a new, if this particular folder path exists, let's say demo1 folder, even though I am overconfident in, this ignoring the exception and all, I know that demo1 folder really exists. So in that cases, this you will not get an exception and the file will be created. mno.txt file will be, and you see end of this program came, and when I refresh this project under the demo1 folder, if I refresh this project after the program runs, under the demo1 folder, you will see the mno.txt file got already created, guys. Okay, but if you give any other folder which doesn't exist, in that case only Java will try to create this file at this unavailable folder location or folder path. Okay, in such situations, you are going to get this one of the Java program which results in IO exception in Java, because the Java is trying to create a file where at a folder location which is wrong, guys. Okay, which is wrong, which is not available. In that cases, we'll get IO exception. This is one of the simple program that you can demonstrate and explain in the interviews if you get this kind of question in the interviews. Okay, so Java interviews, right, they can ask you any questions. Interviewer can ask any questions about the knowledge of Java. So you see the questions, the kind of questions that you will get in Java interview will be very vast. Okay, so the list of questions will be very vast, because in which direction, at what place they will ask, we don't know. So having this kind of knowledge and being ready with this kind of solutions, right, will help you at least solve as many questions as possible, guys. Okay, if you get some new questions, let us know. So we'll try to create more programs for you. Okay, more answers for you for more questions. So anyhow, with practical demonstration, I've answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program which results in class not found exception. Let me answer. You will get this class not found exception when you are trying to load a class which is not available in your project. So there may be many other ways to get this class not found exception, but in this session, okay, as part of this interview question, I have to write a sample Java program which may result in this class not found exception. So what is that example that I would like to practically demonstrate for you, so that you will understand how to write a Java program which may result, that is a sample Java program which may result in class not found exception. So here is what I am trying to do. So I'm going to create some classes, okay, and I would like to dynamically call the methods of these classes. Okay, I'm going to create multiple classes. I'm going to collect some input from the user. The user has to input some name of the class. That particular name I load into the class, and using that loaded class object reference, I'm going to call the methods. Okay, so dynamically I want to do this. For example, if the user enters the names of the class which are existing in the program, the loading of these classes will happen properly, and there will not be any no class not found exception. But if in case the user inputs some class name which doesn't exist in your project, okay, then the problem will start there, where you'll get this exception, guys. Okay, well, you'll get this particular exception known as class not found exception. So without any delay, let's go with the practical demonstration so that you will be able to understand the answer for this question in a better way. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE. So let me try this out on the fly in a random way. I'll just create a new class, let's say class 19. Suddenly, if I get this question in the interviews, I'll be answering like this, okay? Class 19. And here you just write down something like this, scanner. To collect the input from the user, we have to write this scanner is equal to new scanner. Scanner is equal to new scanner, Control Shift O. And inside this scanner constructor, type system.in as part of input, system.in. So fine. Now here I'll write a print statement so that the user will understand that he or she has to enter the class name. Enter any class name from class name, say dog or cat. Okay. I'm asking the user to enter either dog or cat. Okay. Yeah. So I'll collect that from the user. Scanner dot next line. I will say next line. Let's see. Scanner dot next line. The input will be taken from the user in the form of next line. And here I'll write down string class name, whatever the class name that is inputted by the user, I'm storing here. So, so what else I have to do here is I'm going to create this dog class and cat class here. So here I'll create another class, let's say dog class. And when this dog class is created, okay, when the dog class is created, I'll create a method, public void make sound. Make sound is the name of the method. And here, if this, if you call this particular make sound method of the dog class, right, then you simply print out, okay, whatever the dog will say, that bobo. Okay, this is what I will write, bobo. Okay, so this is how the dog will bark, right? Dog barks like this. Okay, so similarly, I'll create one more class with some method class. I'll say that as cat. I only have two classes here, dog class and cat class. And if that particular method of this make sound method of cat class is called, then here I'll print out, okay, meow meow. Okay, so this is what example I have taken. So now we have these two classes, guys. We have this. I'll just reduce the spaces so that you can see the code in a single space. Okay, just try to reduce the spaces. Okay, so here also I'll just try to reduce the space so that you can see everything together. So import statements, I'll not give any gaps. Fine. Here also I'll try to reduce the spaces so that we can see everything in the single space. Okay. So for example, if the user has inputted dog or cat, right? Okay. I would like to load that particular class. Okay. I would like to load that particular class. Okay. So how to load that particular class? There is a predefined something known as class dot. There's something known as for name. Okay. And class dot for name I have to load. Okay. So class dot for name, and yeah, let me find out more about this for name, guys. Okay, so just give me a second. Class dot for name, right? Class dot for name. I have to use for name in Java. How to use this class dot for name to load a class? You can use this class dot for name to load a class in Java, guys. Use it to load a class dynamically. Takes the fully qualified name of the class and returns a class. And there are some examples maybe here and there. If this particular for name predefined method of the predefined static method of the class, predefined class in Java is unable to find that particular name of the class, it's unable to load. In that case, we are going to get class not found exception. Okay, so just see here my like here for name, and I have to give the package name dot class name. Okay, so that's what is very important here. When I'm loading this for name, right, inside this I have to give two things. Here I'll put plus here. Okay, so directly don't give the class name. Where this particular class name is available in this project under the IJ pack, right? Here where this particular class is available. You see dog class or cat class are part of this package known as, along with this class 19, we also have the dog class, cat class, multiple classes in the same Java file as part of the IJ pack. Okay, under the IJ pack, we have this. So I'll write down IJ pack. Is there any other package name under the top of that? No, right? The package name dot I have to say. Okay, package name dot. Okay. So hold the mouse on this. You see this, there is a possibility of an exception like class not found exception. It is checked exception is coming, right? So the, Java is very clever. Java compiler, during the compile time, it's only sensing that what if the user enters a class name other than dog or cat. If the user enters any other class name, if dog or cat are called, no problem. Okay, they are existing in this particular package and wherever the location. If other than dog and cat, if the user tries to enter any other animal name like butterfly or whatever it is, okay, snake or whatever it is, what will happen? That will go into this class name. And if you try to load that particular class which doesn't exist at this particular package location, simply that is going to give you class not found exception. So for now, I'll just ignore the exception because my intention of me writing this program is to demonstrate to you a Java program which results in class not found exception. That's why I'm ignoring the exception, guys. Otherwise, I would have handled the exception. In real time, I have to handle it. But here I have to show you in the runtime, like when I run the program, despite of Java compiler giving me a checked exception possibility like class not found, I'll ignore the suggestion from the compiler. I'll try to run the code. Then only I can show you the result of the program as a class not found exception. If in case the user enters any class other than dog or cat in this case, okay? Fine. Anyhow, yeah, class dot for name, and here I'll write down. Class dot for name. Here I'll write down. I'm loading the class. The for name will return you that particular class. Okay, class T is equal to whatever the class it may be. I'll just simply say using the object reference. I'll call the methods maybe. Okay, I don't know whether this is the thing or not, but yeah. So I got something here, guys. I have to create an object for this, guys. Okay, so I have to, the return type of this is, class. I need to create an object for this class. So for that, I'll say, I have to instantiate. Okay, C dot create or instance or something will be there. Just see here what are the methods we have. Get name package create or something. Okay, just give me a second. New instance. Okay, you have to create an object for this. Okay, this method is deprecated, it seems. Then how to create that? Let's see that. Let's go back to our Google. You see my class here. I have to give a generic here. No, what is that? Class generic type. So I don't know what generic type I have to give here, but that's okay. So my class dot new instance I have to say, but that is not working out here. Hold the mouse on this. What is unhandled exception type? Illegal exception. Ignore the exception. But still, this the method new instance from the type class is deprecated. Okay. So I cannot create an object. Then what I have to do, guys? Simply I'll say something like this. I don't want to do anything on the top of this. I would like to just load the class. Let's say system.out.println. I'll try other ways, but for now I'll show you the exception here itself without getting an advantage of what is the loading of the class, right? After loading, I'm not doing anything on the class. So maybe I'll just say dot get get package, get simple name, get type name. Is there anything that I can use? I'm just trying, guys, just for the sake, okay? Or if there is any other method, let's see. Access flags, array types, cached. Okay, equals. Okay, so the for name is returning something, but a new instance is not getting created, guys. Okay, so that's a problem. This is, I think, deprecated. Earlier it was there, but we can still use it. Even though it's deprecated, we can still use it, I think so. So, and on the top of that, using that new instance, I'll call this method that is, can I create a method here? Okay, I have to typecast this basically, then only I can do that. Here I have to typecast that with whatever it type is. So I have to typecast with the parent class. I have to create a parent class for this and typecast it. Otherwise it will not be done. Type animal, I'll say, just for the sake I'm creating. And I'll make this dog implements animal, and I'll say, extends animal, and here cat extends animal. Let's see. Now I'll put animal here because this is returning the object type, if I remember, and hover the mouse on this animal and create local variable animal. Okay, sorry. Control Z, animal. I'm doing a lot, guys. Okay, just let's see whether this will work out or not. Over the mouse, create local variable animal. Now animal dot the method will be called or not. Okay, I don't know whether that method can be called with the. Okay, animal should have that method, this public void make sound. Okay, animal making sound. Okay, fine. Now if I say animal dot make sound method will come. So, but make sound method will not return anything. Just we need to call it. We don't have to write inside the print statement. Directly we have to say animal dot make sound. Okay, let's see whether this is okay or not. Let's find it out. I'll simply say scanner dot close as a best practice. And here at the end of the session, I'll write system dot out dot println end of this program. Okay, end of this program. Now run this code and see what is happening. Okay, class animal already defined. What does it mean? Class animal already defined. Dog is already okay here. It's taking it here actually. So when I create an object for this animal class, it's giving me an error. Okay, why it's giving me this kind of errors? Type cat is already defined. Where I have defined, I'll say animal one. I just intentionally give some different names, guys. Let's see. Let's say dog one, cat one, like this. And here I'll say animal one. Intentionally, I'm giving different names to see where it is actually defined. I'll just save this. Okay, already created the class, right? Some issues are coming, just ignore them. Okay, so I'll try to import animal from IJPack. Here I'll say animal one for the mouse and import this. Okay, here also animal one, you write. Then what will happen? Let's see. Okay, class animal one. I'm creating an object for this class inside this main method. So you have to import it or no? I should be able to create an object for the I'm inside the class 19, and from the class 19 I'm trying to create an object for the animal class, but that is not happening. Just let me just reopen this file. Sometimes it may happen like that. Create class animal one. Is animal one only, right? Yeah. I think now it's gone somehow. I don't know what's the reason the error came and what's the reason the error is gone. So here I'll say animal one. Now save this. Some spelling mistakes or whatever, I don't know, but the program is now looking good. I just modified it just to overcome the errors. But our ultimate focus is not that on errors of that animal class, why they are coming and all. Here I have to show you, and by writing a program that how the class not found exception will come. Run this program and see whether it is working fine or not for the probable classes. Enter any class name, say dog. For example, if I say dog, yeah, class cast exception is coming. Dog cannot be cast to the class animal1. Dog and are in unnamed module of loader app. Unnamed module of loader app. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll just, start this and create a new class. And here I'll just name this as animal. Click on finish. I'll just write this code here. So that will not face any problem here. Here I'll just write down next sound, animal sound. Animal sound. These methods, yeah. Okay, the animal is already defined, is coming somewhere. Is there anywhere I created the animal class here? Maybe I'll just name it as animal1 only. Okay, just to overcome that problem. Rename file to animal1. The errors will be gone. The type animal1 is already defined, is coming still. Save this. It's gone now. Animal1 extends dog1, cat1. So fine. So here cat1 is there, dog1 is there, and animal1 is there. It's not no more a dog or no more a cat. It's cat1, dog1, animal1. Now in this kind of cases, I'll give the package name where this file animal1.java is available. So same package, right? So I don't have to give anything. So let's run the program and see what will happen this time. Any problems? Let's see. We have to keep working on that. Dog1 I have to give. You see, bow, end of this program. So here I have to say dog1, enter either dog1 or cat1 because I changed the names of the classes to dog or cat. Okay, that's the reason. So when I say dog1, enter either dog1 or it said bow. Okay, the method of that particular animal that is dog1 has been called and make sound method and bow has been done. So now if I run the same code and this time cat1, if I give cat1, meow is coming. What if I try to give a class name which doesn't exist? Let's say snake1, etc. That kind of class is not there. You see, this time you are getting class not found exception. This is what I'm trying to explain and create this kind of mess here. Anyhow, I'm able to generate this class not found exception. So this exception comes when the user is trying to enter a class name, let's say like snake1. So in that ijpack dot snake1 doesn't exist. For name is trying to load that particular class. For name is trying to load that particular class under the package, but under the ij package we don't have any class with the name. We don't have any class with the name snake1. We have the dog1 class, cat1 class. Even we have animal1 class also is there. Okay, if you pass the animal1 also, it will work. Why? Because animal is making sound will come. Animal1. You see, animal sound will come. Okay, animal sound like that will come because we created that classes. But coming to the snake class doesn't exist in this project, and you're trying to load a class which doesn't exist in the project. So in that case, we are going to get class not found exception. So at the line 30, you see, when you try to, for name, when you try to, this for name method is actually giving that exception, guys. Okay, the for name method of the class, predefined class, is trying to give you an exception known as class not found exception because it's trying to load a class which doesn't at this given, which doesn't exist at this given package. So hope guys with practical demonstration you have understood okay, how to write a Java program which results in class not found exception. So there may be other ways of writing the Java programs to get this exception, but this one way which I feel very connected and convenient by taking the input from the user of the class name and trying to load that using the for name predefined method of the class, static predefined method of the class. If I give the class details, the for name has to load it. If the class is not found, for name will simply give you that exception. For name will simply give you that exception known as class not found. If the class is already there in the project, then we'll simply load the class. Okay. So that's what is the thing, guys. That's what is the thing. We got the output properly when we gave proper names, and otherwise we got class not found exception. So with this practical demonstration, hope you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program which results in parse exception. Let me explain this answer for this question in a practical way in this session. Okay, We generally get this exception when we are trying to get the text converted to some date. If it is not convertible according to the given format, you are going to get a parse exception. So with practical demonstration, you will be able to understand the answer for this question in a better way. So for that, let's switch to the Eclipse IDE, and here I'm going to create a new class. I'll just name this class as class 20 with main method. Here I'm going to create a string text. First, I will show you a proper way, okay, where no error will come. String str is equal to, here I am giving 2024 April 25, okay, date, month, year, like this format I am giving, okay. Then after that, I'll create an object for the simple date format, because I want to convert the date which is there in the string format into the real date, okay. For that, I have to use this predefined class in Java known as simple date format, and yeah, after that, Control Shift O, the simple date format will be imported from java.text package. And here inside this constructor of the simple date format, we have to provide the format of the date in which I have to convert. For example, here y. Okay, here year is there, na? Y. Hyphen. And here April is there. April month 04 is there. It's month. Capital M I have to give hyphen. And here date is there. Okay, so I'll give lowercase dd. Okay, that will be enough. So now here I'll write sdf dot, okay, sdf dot, there is a method, guys, okay, lenient kind of method, some lenient, okay, some lenient kind of method is there, is lenient, okay, set lenient, okay, this one, set lenient. I'm setting the lenient to false. That means it's strict. The conversion is very strict. Whatever the format that you have given here in the simple date format, if the string text is in the same format, then only it will be converted. Otherwise, the set lenient, if you set it as true, means even though you change the positions here, first you give the day here, then month here, then year here, even though it will try to understand, Java will try to understand if this particular text is in a real engine manner than the given format, okay. So if you're setting the lenient to true, means we are lenient. That means we are not that much strict. In that case, whether you put 25 in the beginning, April in the middle, year at the end, or year in the middle, month at the end, doesn't matter. It don't have to follow the exact format here. But if I set the lenient to false, means it's kind of strict now, okay. This particular string should follow the exact format, okay, should follow the exact format. So after setting this lenient for the simple date format as false, that means it's kind of strict. Then sdf dot parse method we have to use from simple date format, and this here we have to provide the string which is in date format we have to provide. And this parse method, you see, Java is very clever that it's giving you a possibility of a checked exception. There is a possibility of parse exception will come if this based on this format, if the string cannot be converted to the appropriate date, there's a possibility of parse exception. So it's asking us to surround this, handle this line with a try catch block to handle the parse exception. But I'll ignore the exception because my intention is to show you how the parse exception, what kind of code I have to write to get the parse exception. But in this example, I'll not get the parse exception because even though it's kind of strict, okay, simple date format we have set to strict format, and here the format that I have set is exactly matching with the string. That's why will not get any exception anyhow. It will return you the date, guys. Okay, I'm converting the string to date here. Date d is equal to import this date from java.util package, and now try to perform like system.out.println d dot you know get year. Only I want to get the year. Let's say this method is deprecated now. So let's go with our get date. That is also deprecated. So what we have to do is then, if those are deprecated, then d dot. Okay, let's see if there are any methods like d dot. All the get methods looks like they are deprecated, get year and all. Then to string, I'll say, so it will print out in the date format only. So one of the method I'm using, or you can directly print the d also, doesn't matter, guys. Okay, if it is converting, the date will be printed without any problem. Date will be printed. In this case, we'll not get any exception. We'll get the date printed. You see, Thursday, April 25. To April 25, some timestamp is coming. Okay, so it got converted into the date format. 2024 Thursday, April 25. April 25, what is April 25, guys? April 25 is Thursday, 25th April is Thursday in the 2024 year. We are getting the proper format, okay? So, fine. But what if I do some changes here? For example, here I'll write dd-mm-yy. In this case, what will happen? Here we have set the lenient to false, means it's kind of strict. If this particular thing is not there, it will be still converted, guys. Okay, if I am not setting the to kind of strict format conversion, if this format is of not strict type, then Java will apply its mind and assume that this 25 will fall into DD. It will take, even though it's 25 is not there in the beginning, it will take this particular 25 into DD and this particular 04 into MM and y 2024 into y, because it's lenient now. Okay, that is set to lenient mode. So you will get no exception here, but you're getting a wrong output, something like that. This is Sunday, October 15th is coming, wrong output. So it's better whenever you use simple date format, set lenient to false. That means strict conversion. In this case, when you are hoping for strict conversion, but if the format is not matching with this particular string format, you see first GD is there, but here y is there. Okay, so it's not matching. It's not convertible now because the format should be very strictly followed. So the parsing will happen when the date is in the first position. If the year is in the first position, you'll not be able to do that, guys. 04 and 25 y. That is not proper, right? So we are going to get a parse exception in this particular line, that is at the 17th line. You try to parse the string according to this particular format, which is not obeying the strict format here. Year is there in terms of date. Month is there, month is matching. Date is there in terms of year. So the format is not matching. Simple date format is not matching the string, and the conversion is in the strict format. So in this case, we are going to get a parse exception at the line 17, guys. In the output, you can see at the line 17, you are getting a parse exception. Unparsable. The reason is unparsable date. This particular string date cannot be converted to this particular formatted date. Okay, because here we have set the lenient to false. That means strictly we have to the format, the string text should be properly provided. 25-04-2024 if you give, then you will not get the exception. If you give any other order in the string, if you don't obey this format of the simple date format, and set lenient is set to false, means strict formatting, in that case you are going to get this particular 17th line, you are going to get a parse exception. So hope, guys, you got an idea or you got an example program that you can write if you get this kind of question in the interviews, like how to write a Java program which results in parse exception. This is the program, guys. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program which results in SQL exception. Let me answer. In Java programs, you will get this SQL exception when you're trying to connect to the database via JDBC, etc. And if you give the details which are incorrect, for example, fake username, fake password, or some fake DB, or invalid details when you enter into this get connection command of driver manager, which will help you in connecting to the database actually in original. Okay, in such kind of cases, this statement driver manager dot get connection of JDBC statement having the invalid details will give you an SQL or SQL exception. So let me practically demonstrate and show you how can we get this SQL exception. So for that, I'll switch to the Eclipse IDE, and here I'm going to create a new class. I'll just name this class as class, give some random name, let's say class 21. With main method, I'm going to create. Now here, in order to connect to a database from the Java programs, in order to make the Java program connect to the database, let's say MySQL, etc. So we have to write this code, driver manager. We have to write this, okay, dot get connection, driver manager dot get connection. You have to write like this, okay. So put a semicolon here, pour the mouse on this, and you see there is a possibility of SQL exception here from Java. If you don't give the details properly here, the get connection the connection will not be successful, and as a result, this particular statement is going to give you SQL exception. Okay, if the connection is not established, you are going to get SQL exception. It's a checked exception category, guys. There are two suggestions in the compiler is also already suggesting that there's a possibility of SQL exception in this particular statement if the connection is not successful. So either you have to ignore the exception or surround with try catch block. What if the connection is not successful and you want to handle the exception? You can go with try catch block. But here, the interview question is all about we have to get the kind of exception in the output. Okay, when I run this code, I have to get this SQL exception in the output. For that case, I'll ignore the exception and try to provide the details here, which will result in that SQL exception. Okay, fine. Here, provide double quotes and type JDBC Java database connection. Okay, JDBC. Okay, like this, you give the details, and you have to type like this. Okay, JDBC : MySQL and local host details, and then / name of the database. Okay, we have to write those details here. JDBC : MySQL. Okay, MySQL JDBC : MySQL : / localhost : 3306 / give the name of the database. You can give any database, let's say a database which doesn't exist. Okay, I want here we are not trying to connect to the database really. We are going to give the details of the database which doesn't exist. Okay, non-existent DB. Okay, some DB which is not there. Okay, so some database which is not available. Okay, non-existent DB, and here we have to give the username and password, guys. Here I'll give the username and password here. So invalid username, the DB doesn't exist, and whether you give user 123, some random username 123 password. Okay, just give some details, guys. Don't worry whether you are giving proper. If you have to worry here if you are giving the proper details. I am intentionally giving improper details so that this particular line should not get us connected to JDBC. So if you give the valid details here, like a valid database name and valid database name and valid username, valid password, then the connection will be established, right? But in this case, the details are not right. They are invalid DB details, non-existing DB, some invalid username, invalid password I am giving, and this get connection will return you the object reference of the connection. So write down connection is equal to connection is equal to. Now hold the mouse on this connection and import this connection from Java library, from java.sql package. Your driver manager is also coming from java.sql. All this connection, driver manager, SQL exception are coming from SQL package of the Java, because they help you to connect to the database. Okay, from the Java programs, if you want to connect to the database via JDBC, Java database connectivity, we have to do that. And the name of the database, DBMS software type, then localhost, where this DB is existing. Okay, localhost of the database where the DB is existing. Okay, then we have to give the username and password to connect to that DBMS software. Okay, DBMS software to connect to that database. Finally, that all this information that I have given here in the get connection is completely wrong, guys. Okay, it's completely wrong. Okay, this information is completely wrong, guys. So whatever you do will not happen anyhow. So in this line itself, in the line 11 itself, you're going to get an exception because the given details, DB details or username and password details to connect to this MySQL DBMS software, everything is wrong, guys. Okay, so in that case, if I run the code here in the output, you are going to get SQL exception. No suitable driver found for JDBC, and this particular database doesn't exist. Hence, you got a SQL exception. If you have provided the proper details, then you would not have got the SQL exception. But if you have provided this DB details in a wrong way, okay, then the connection will not get established. In the result, we are going to get SQL exception. Okay, then we are going to get SQL exception. So hope, guys, you understood the Java program, how to write a sample Java program which results in SQL exception in this session as a part of the answer for this interview question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program which results in interrupted exception. Let me answer. If you have to understand the answer for this question, we have to go in a practical way, guys. Otherwise, we'll not be able to answer this particular question. So without any explanation, I'll directly switch to this Eclipse IDE. Here, I'm going to create a new class. I'll just name this class as class 22 with some random name I'm creating. And also inside this class 22, I'm creating a main method. So here, when I run this program, guys, this is a single threaded program. Okay, first of all, understand that whatever the logic I have written here is a single threaded. Here I'll write So when I run this program here, let's write one thread has started. Okay, I'll just name that thread as, because we are running the main method, right? Main thread started, I'll say. Okay, main thread started. And here system.out.println, here main thread ended, I'll write. Okay, one thread will run. Okay, by default, only one thread will be there in this simple program. There are not multiple threads. There are not multiple threads. This is the program which represents a single thread only. Okay, this main method will initiate a new thread and main thread started, main thread ended will come. Run this code and you will see that this main thread started, main thread ended output will be printed in the output like this. So far, so good. Now, I would like to halt this main thread. Okay, this is the only thread that is there in the program, right? This is a single threaded program. That single thread I would like to halt. How to halt that thread dot sleep? I will halt. Okay. How much time I want to halt? Let's say I would like to halt for 5 seconds. So here Java is very clever that it's giving you a compiler error suggesting that this particular line may result in an interrupted exception. Okay. But this is a single threaded program. So no other thread at this case will come and interrupt this particular main thread. Okay, it's a single thread, right? Only one thread is there in this program. So I'm kind of confident that no other thread will kind of interrupt that. I'll ignore the exception. So exception will not occur here, guys. Interrupted exception will not occur because this is only single threaded program. And this thread is not going to be interrupted by any other thread. There is no possibility here because this program is a single thread. It will start a main thread. It will end the main thread. And in that, it will halt that particular thread before printing main thread ended, right? The program, that particular thread will halt for 5 seconds. Once the thread resumes after thread dot sleep, main thread ended will be printed. You see that. Okay, because this single thread program, main thread started after 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, main thread ended will come. Okay, this is what happens in general. But what I am trying to do now is, here I am going to create an object for the thread class in Java. Okay, to create one more thread. Till now, in the main method, only one thread was running. This program was a single threaded program, but not now. What I am doing, I'm just creating another thread. Thread is equal to new thread. Okay, thread is equal to new thread, and this constructor cannot be empty, guys. Here inside this constructor, I'll create a lambda expression. If you don't know about lambda expression, it is also called as a nameless function. You see, function name will be there in the constructor. You are passing a function, guys. Okay, you have to write the function, otherwise this will not work. And you have to put this arrow kind of symbol. Okay, when there are 0 arguments, then you can put circular brackets. Then for lambda expression, as part of the function declaration, if you have multiple statements, you can write curly braces, only one statement. It's optional whether you want to put the curly braces or not is optional, but I have to write multiple statements. I am writing curly braces here. Okay. So here it's a nameless function. You see some name is there and this will look like a method. It looks like a method. Now, if I remove this name, it's like a nameless. I don't have to create a name. In this constructor of the thread, I'm passing the nameless function with the help of lambda expression. Okay. So here, this particular method doesn't have any name. So only circular brackets are there. If there are 0 arguments, you can put the circular brackets. Okay. Then you can give this arrow kind of thing, hyphen and greater than symbol you have to give. And after that, if that particular nameless function or nameless method has multiple statements, then you have to write curly braces and press enter here. This is starting of the function. This is the ending of the function or method, whatever you call. In this, I'll write thread dot sleep. How much time? Let's say thread dot sleep for 2 seconds. I'll give. Okay, thread dot sleep for 2 seconds. Okay, here I'll get the suggestion to surround with try catch block. So I have surrounded this with try catch block. Okay, the program may look complex for you, but these are the statements that are inside this nameless function which are passing to this thread constructor. Okay, so fine. And here, whenever I want to start a thread, I can call this thread method and start, guys. Okay, whenever I want to start a thread, new thread, you see the main thread will start here. Main thread will start, and along with the main thread, you also want to start this particular thread. So here system.out.println, in the type block I'll write down system.out.println, system.out.println. Here I'll say new thread started. New thread started. After 2 seconds, I'll write system.out.println. New thread ended. Okay, you can call this thread any number of times. Guys, first of all. Okay, So here we have the thread. So is the object reference of the thread class, which contains what will happen when you start the thread. The thread will start and new thread started will be printed. And after that, the new thread will be going to sleep mode, alternate for 2 seconds. After that, new thread ended will be printed. Okay. You can call this, you can start this thread any number of times. So what I'll do is, first of all, when I run this main method, right? When I run this main method, right? When I run the main method, the main thread will automatically start. I don't have to specially start the main thread because this single threaded program, if before this particular line came, this main method is running is only possible because if there is a thread only, the Java will assign one thread to this execution of the code. But apart from this single threaded program, which is actually running this main method, I want to create multiple threads. For that reason only, I created the object for the thread class. And in the constructor of the thread, I've created a lambda expression, which is a nameless function. And inside the code of that nameless function or method, I wrote this thread.sleep and surrounded with try catch block. Just for our understanding, I said, whenever the new thread started, whenever the new thread ended, I want to know that. Here also we have main thread started, original main thread started, main thread ended. Now, once the main thread started, once this main thread started, what I will do is, once the main thread started, what I will do here is, I'll start another thread. I'll start the another thread. Thread dot start, I'll say. What will happen? Now this will become a multi-threaded program. Okay. Originally only main thread was there, only single threaded. You don't have to specially create a thread class for that because the program is there, means Java will assign one thread to this particular program and the main thread will start. The main thread will start here. Okay. But here already main thread started. While already one thread is running, I'm creating this program in a multi-threaded way where apart from this main thread, I'm starting one more thread. While this thread is going on, I am while thread is going on, I'm starting one more thread. So new thread started, 2 seconds will be there. Okay. New thread started, 2 seconds will be there. The thread and new thread ended will come. Okay. New thread ended will come. Fine. New thread started after 2 seconds, new thread will be ended. So let's see what is happening. When I say thread dot start means what is happening. First main thread will start. Okay. The main thread, which is a single threaded program, right? The main thread will start. After that, the next line will be executed, that is thread dot start. It will start a new thread. New thread started, it will halt for 2 seconds and new thread ended. After this 2 seconds is over, already the main thread started. After the 2 seconds is remaining 5 seconds. While the 2 seconds is going on, parallelly 2 threads are going, guys. Okay. This thread is taking 2 seconds. By the time, the another thread will start parallelly. Okay. It will be very fast, guys. It will say main thread started. Okay. Main thread already started. And here new thread is also starting. New thread will halt for 2 seconds and main thread will halt for 5 seconds. While one of the thread is halting for 2 seconds, another thread is halting for while the main thread is halting for 5 seconds, new thread is halting for how many seconds? 2 seconds. After this particular thread execution completes, okay, there will be 3 more seconds for the main thread to complete. You are able to get my point, right? I'll explain otherwise in other ways. Okay. Originally, there will be only one thread, guys. Okay. If you don't create this kind of program in this logic, okay, assume that this particular thing is not there. In that case, only one thread will be there. Only one thread will be there. That is nothing but the main thread. I gave the name. Okay. There is nothing like we should be calling that as main thread, but just to give some name, right? I'm saying some thread has started. Single threaded program, right? Main thread has started. So what happens here? Here already one thread is there that has started here. Okay, the thread will start. It has started here. This is thread 1. I'll just say that as thread 1 has started. Okay, thread 1 has started. So I don't have to specially say thread dot start to start this particular thread because the main method automatically a thread will be allocated for this program. And here what will be printed in the beginning of the thread? Main thread started will be printed. Main thread started will be printed. Okay, here. And now, once the main thread started, I manually started another thread here, thread.start. How did I start? I wrote the code like this, okay? To start that thread, using the object reference of this thread class and by writing this logic, right? I started the thread, but this particular new thread, okay? The moment I say thread.start, this particular thread, another thread will start, okay? Parallelly, while the main method started, okay? After printing main thread started, here second thread also will start, okay? second thread will also start. So now it becomes a multi-threaded program, right? It becomes a multi-threaded program. Here, when the second thread starts, here I'll write down new thread started will be printed. New thread started will be printed. Okay. New thread started will be printed. 1 minute. I'll just go back. Okay. I'll just write only this much of line because the length of the thread is not that much. It's only 2 seconds, right? So I'll just write only this much, not this much. Okay. Here I'll say new thread started. New thread started. So now at this point of time, at the line, okay, at the line 19, by the line 19, how many threads are there in the program? 2 threads are there. One is a main thread, another one is the new thread. Main thread and new thread, 2 threads are parallelly running. This is a multi-threaded program now. Okay. Now, there came a situation where when I say new thread started, what is the wait time of the new thread? 2 seconds. Okay. Here, 2 seconds is the halting time. We are halting this thread for how many seconds? 2 seconds. So after the 2 seconds completed, here, new thread ended will be printed. New thread ended will be printed, guys. New thread ended will be printed. Okay. Here, new thread started. Halting period is only 2 seconds. And here, new thread ended will be printed. That's it. The thread will be completed here. This particular thread is completed. Okay. After 2 seconds, how many threads will be left out? This thread will be disappearing because the task is completed. And there is only one thread here. That is the main thread is there. Okay. It also completes 2 seconds. But the halting time for the main thread is 5 seconds. By the time this thread is completed, second thread is completed. By the time this second thread is completed, okay, by the time second thread is completed, the first thread is, main thread is in the halfway. It has 3 more seconds to complete. It has 3 more seconds. It's between, okay, it has 3 more seconds to complete. First, second thread has been completed, but the main thread is still going on because the halt period for the main thread is how many seconds? 5 seconds. So what I will do is, once the second thread completes, before this, you say this particular thread is already parallelly running of only after 2 seconds are over, it is between, it's running is first thread, that is the main thread is in between, guys. Okay, 2 seconds completed, 2 seconds complete, almost halfway it is there. While it is on halfway, while thread is running, what I will do is I'll write thread dot current thread dot interrupt. What happens here? After 2 seconds, after this second thread completed, after this thread started and 2 seconds, new thread started, 2 seconds completed, the new thread ended. After the end of the second thread, while the first thread is in between, here I'm saying halt the current thread. How many threads are there after 2 seconds? After 2 seconds, how many threads are there? Only one thread. That is nothing but the main thread. That current main thread I'm interrupting using the interrupt method. I'm going to interrupt that. I'm going to forcibly stop that. So I'm going to forcibly stop that, guys. Okay. Thread dot current, already thread started, and after 2 seconds, okay, after 2 seconds, I'm interrupting the thread. Okay, here you see, since I am writing thread dot sleep, it will halt for 2 seconds. Till then, it will not interrupt. By the time it will go into the 2 seconds will already be completed in the main thread. Okay, 2 seconds will already be completed in the main thread, and here interrupt method will interrupt the current thread after 2 seconds. Before this 5 seconds complete, okay, before this 5 seconds, the thread already started, guys. 2 seconds is already over. 2 seconds is already over. We don't know how much time is left out. While the thread is running, while the thread is still running, before the thread dot sleep, before this thread dot sleep of 5 seconds started, okay, maybe here there may be 5 seconds more, guys. It can wait for 5 seconds because the thread started, but you know, before the thread is completed, here it may be 5 seconds basically. Okay, the first thread is blindly running because of the another thread running, right? Another thread running or something. The main thread started already, but we have started another thread. It's been 2 seconds already, you know, the main thread started. Because of this thread is also running. So now in that situation, before the thread dot sleep of 5 seconds come, before this main thread also halts for 5 seconds here, before the main thread also halts for 5 seconds here, what I am writing thread dot current thread dot interrupt I'm saying. So what will happen after the second thread completes, the main thread I am interrupting. Okay, main thread I am interrupting. It's a multi-threaded program. There is in multi-threaded program environment, there is a possibility of interrupting the threads. We can interrupt this thread or whatever the current thread is. I want to interrupt. At that time, only current thread is a main thread. We started long back. Okay, and after the second thread completed, I am interrupting the other thread. So for a different purpose. But here, if the main thread interrupts, it will throw an exception, guys. Okay, if the main thread gets interrupted and thread dot sleep is going to happen, the thread dot halting will not happen, right? If the thread is interrupted, how can you halt for 5 seconds? If this main thread is interrupted, how can you halt for 5 seconds? So it will interrupt the current thread since the main thread is already interrupted, and when the situation of thread dot sleep comes, so the thread has to sleep for 5 seconds, but the current thread is already interrupted. How can Java program halt the interrupted thread? That is not possible. Hence, this particular statement in 23rd line will give you an exception known as interrupted exception. Since we have ignored the exception in the output, we are going to get that exception, guys. So just see here what is happening. First, main thread started will say, new thread will started. Okay, new thread started, and after the new thread started, after 2 seconds of the new thread, you see, it has thrown this exception. Main thread got interrupted here. Okay, while this has started, the other thread got interrupted, guys. The other thread got interrupted. Before 2 seconds only, it got interrupted, guys. Basically, it don't have to be interrupted here. Before the thread started, and there are 2 threads. Exactly, there are 2 threads, and we are interrupting the first thread. Okay, so this is happening in a different way. Let me answer this in a different way. It's kind of a complex topic, guys. So that's just be with me. I'll just go back to help you understand the program again so that you'll understand what is going on here. So this is the thread 1. Okay, thread 1 already started. Thread 1 started, guys. Okay, thread 1 started. Here, as you can see here, when I write the code like, without this one, with this or without this one, what happens here is, first of all, it will print main thread started. Here, what will be printed, guys? Main thread started will be printed. Okay, main thread started will be printed. First of all, main thread started will be printed. And thread has started actually. While the thread has started, while this particular thread has started, parallelly, we are starting another thread. We are here, if this particular code is not there, if I am not written thread.start here, it will not become a multi-threaded environment. Thread.start will start this particular thread. This new thread will start now. Okay. So because of that thread.start, another thread is parallelly starting. While the main thread started, after the main thread started, while it is on the go, second thread started. That is T2 thread. T2 thread has started. Okay, this T2 thread has started. And when the T2 thread has started, it will simply print out. As you can see the output, how the output has come. Based on the output, we can understand what happened, guys. So when the second thread started, here new thread started. At this time, how many threads are there, guys, in the program? How many threads are there? New thread started. Here at in this program, how many threads are there? There are 2 threads. This is a main thread and this is a new thread. Both are started. Now this become a multi-threaded environment. And at this line 19, after the main thread got printed, since the new thread also started, a new thread started also got printed. Now the new thread to end, how much time it has? Halting time. While the new thread is halting for 2 seconds, okay, while the new thread is in the period of halting for 2 seconds here, after new thread, it will have the time period of 2 seconds. While this second thread is halting, what we have done in the program is, we have written thread.current_thread.interrupt. Okay, this thread. Okay, thread.current thread means main thread. We are interrupting the main thread. So what will happen? This particular thread, while this thread is in the halting period of 2 seconds, while it is sleeping for 2 seconds, in between these 2 seconds only, this main thread got halted, interrupted. The main thread got interrupted. After what happened? No more, main thread is no more. Okay. This is 2 seconds is going on. The main thread is no more, guys. It got interrupted already. It got stopped. Okay. Forcibly we stopped the thread 1. There is no thread 1 now. That main thread is not there. And the second thread has started. And after completing of the 2 seconds, first thread got interrupted, but the second thread is still running. So new thread ended will be printed here. Okay. New thread ended After 2 seconds, new thread ended will be printed. Till now, no problem. Till now, no problem. After 2 seconds, what is happening? After 2 seconds, what is happening? The control, after 2 seconds, during the 2 seconds itself, guys, okay, during the 2 seconds while the thread is halting, right, we interrupted the main thread. And since we interrupted the main thread, during the 2 seconds period only, guys, after the 2 seconds, it will print new thread ended. But during the 2 seconds process, what is happening is, during the 2 seconds process, what is happening is, it will interrupt the current thread and it will try to halt for 5 seconds. Will it be possible? Once the thread is interrupted, while this process is going on, while the new state started and during this duration, somewhere in between, while the new thread is getting executed, okay, the main thread got interrupted and the main thread also will run parallelly, right? It will not just wait for the thread 2. Threads are multi-threaded. That means while the thread 2 is running and is halting period, the main thread is interrupted. Thread.current main thread got interrupted. And while during that period of main thread started and the main thread got interrupted here, a new line is coming saying thread.sleep for 5 seconds. Okay, we have 5,000 milliseconds. This particular thread has to halt for 5 seconds, but this thread already got interrupted. This thread already got interrupted immediately after new thread started, before printing new thread ended. During that period of 2 seconds halting period, the main thread got interrupted and thread.sleep, which has to run parallelly, got interrupted, and this halting is not possible anymore because thread is already interrupted. So halting is not possible. Before the start of 5 seconds only, halting has not started. And this particular thread.sleep, because it's trying to halt the program for 5 seconds. It's trying to halt this thread 1 for 5 seconds, but that is not possible because that particular that main thread already got halted. So this won't be possible. Because it won't be possible, Java will give you an exception known as interrupted exception. During that exception, this thread is going on. Second thread is already going on. So during this particular interruption, the second thread is going on. That's the reason here we got the output as exception in the main thread. In the line Java line 23, this line has given you an interrupted exception because it got interrupted, it cannot halt anymore. So since the exception came, but here this thread.sleep is part of the first thread. Second thread is already running parallelly, separately. Okay, this thread has halted. This thread has thrown an interrupted exception, but the new thread is still running. After the ending of the 2 seconds, what happened here? New thread ended is coming. New thread ended got printed. The story of the new thread is over. Okay, the story of the new thread, the task has been completed. New thread is completed now. Okay, new thread is completed. But here in the first thread, the exception came. Because of the exception came, so it will not execute the remaining statements. Okay, after this thread.sleep, if you write this main thread ended will not be printed because that main thread program or that main thread process has resulted in an interrupted exception. Even though you got interrupted exception in the main thread, the other thread was parallelly running, guys. Okay, it doesn't matter. The other thread is parallelly running, but the main thread we got the interruption, and because of that interruption, so that.sleep has not been happened, and that has thrown interrupted exception. This is a program, guys. Okay, I understand this program is kind of complex, but this is a way to understand, guys. Okay, so in multi-threaded environments, we can interrupt the threads. Okay, we can interrupt the threads. While the other thread is running, we can close the current thread. Okay, while the other thread is running, we can close the current thread, interrupt the current thread, and because of the main thread got interrupted, halting is not possible. This statement has to halt that particular thread for 5 seconds, but it's trying to halt an interrupted thread which doesn't exist. That's the reason we got interrupted exception here. Okay, interrupted. If you surround this with try catch block and handle the exception saying that this particular thread got interrupted by the interrupted exception, if this particular current thread got interrupted, that means main thread ended also will be printed. Okay, so if I don't put try catch blocks be surrounding this thread.sleep, then only we'll get the exception outside. Otherwise, if I surround this try catch blocks here, surround this particular thing with try catch blocks, try catch interrupted exception. In this case, we'll not get an exception, guys. Okay, in this case, we'll not get an exception. Exception E, and here system.out.println handled exception plus E. I'll say plus E. This will print the details of the exception details. Okay. Because the exception got handled here, the remaining thread portion will be continued and main thread ended will be printed this time without throwing the exception. You see, main thread started, new thread started. While the new thread is going on, we got the main thread got interrupted because of this line thread.current thread.interrupt. While while the new thread is continuing the halting process and it's going on. Some execution is going on in the new thread. The main thread got interrupted, because of which this thread.sleep has resulted in, since we interrupted the main thread while this thread is going on, the main thread got interrupted, and because of that interruption, exception came and we handled the exception. Because the exception has handled, main thread ended will be printed. Okay. Even though it is interrupted, we have handled the exception and main thread ended. And finally, after the time period of 2 seconds is completed, new thread ended will come. Okay. So this is the best way I can explain this program, guys. Okay. So we are simply trying to interrupt the, when they're in the multi, we are going to just how, when you can reproduce this interrupted exception is, you have to create a multi-threaded environment. And while the multi-threaded environment is going on, while the other thread is running, I would like to interrupt the main thread. And I would like to invoke this after interrupting the main thread intentionally. I will try to halt the program for 5 seconds or whatever the seconds. That is not going to happen, and that thread.sleep statement is going to give you interrupted exception, because thread is already interrupted. You cannot halt it. That's the reason Java program will result in interrupted exception. So if you handle the exception, if you handle this exception that is coming, main thread ended also will come. Main thread, the thread will be handled, and interruption of the thread will be handled, and it will continue the thread, and main thread ended will be printed. Otherwise, directly the program execution will stop in the main thread. Okay, while the new thread will continue irrespective of the exception. Okay, so this is what I can explain about the program that results in this interrupted exception, guys. Okay, so if you don't understand this answer for this question, try to listen to this 2 or 3 times, guys. It will be clear for you. Okay, it will be clear for you. So we simply have to create multi-threaded environment, and while the another thread is new thread is running, we have to interrupt the main thread intentionally. And when the main thread is interrupted intentionally, you try to halt the main thread for some time, and that will not happen because that main thread is already interrupted, because of which you will get interrupted exception, guys. Okay. In conclusion, this is the thing. But if you don't understand this program, practice this program 2 to 3 times, you will be able to understand. Okay. So that's all for this session, and that's all for this session, guys, where I've answered the result of interrupted exception by writing a sample Java program. Okay. So hope you got the answer for this question. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, what are some common unchecked exceptions that are there in Java? Let me answer. There are a lot of unchecked exceptions we have in Java. These exceptions are not checked by the compiler when you write the Java code. And you will only encounter this kind of unchecked exceptions after you run the code. Okay. So before running the code, compiler will not suggest you that in this particular line of the code, there is a possibility of this kind of exception. Such kind of exceptions are called as unchecked exceptions, because they are not checked by the compiler during the compile time. After you run the code only, in the output, you are going to get this exception, guys. So as part of this answer for this particular question, what are some common unchecked exceptions? You don't have to give the entire list of unchecked exceptions in Java, but some common, like we have arithmetic exception, then we have array index out of bounds exception. We have input mismatch exception. We have number format exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception, illegal argument exception, and many more, guys. So I'll make your job more easy to remember these exception types by practical demonstration. I'll practically demonstrate each and every unchecked exception type that I have mentioned here, so that you will remember this all the exceptions and will be able to answer for such kind of interview questions in the interviews. Okay. So let's switch to the practical mode here. In this one of the project, I'll create a new class, guys. I'll just name this class as class 23. Let's say class 23. Click on main method. Inside the main method, inside the main method, you write down some code. Okay. That is the code for getting the arithmetic exception. That is here I'll write down something like this. Int number is equal to 9 divided by 0. Very simple, straightforward example, guys. And here after this, I'll write system.out.println, end of this program. End of this program. Okay. And here in the beginning, I'll write system.out.println, start of this program. Start of this program. Start of this program. Like this, I'll write. Okay. Here I'll write the end of the program. Here I'll write start of the program. In between that, I have written one line saying int num is equal to some number divided by 0. In mathematics, when you say number divided by 0, they will say infinite loop. But coming to the Java, it's not possible, guys. This particular statement, when you run the code in the output during the runtime, while running the code, will give you an exception known as arithmetic exception, mathematical related exception, because in Java, you cannot divide a number by 0. Infinite cannot be stored into a variable in Java. Hence, it is going to give you arithmetic exception, which is one type of unchecked exception in Java, guys. During the compile time, the compiler is not suggesting that there is a possibility of exception here, but during the runtime, when you run the code, in the output, you are going to get start of the program has been printed, and in the next line, in the line 9, you got arithmetic exception here. And the reason for the arithmetic exception is you are trying to divide a number by 0. So this is what is arithmetic exception, guys, one of the unchecked exceptions. Okay. Similarly, I'll demonstrate other type of exceptions. I commented out this code so that I can write the fresh code here for demonstrating the another type of exception. That is array index out of bounds exception. This exception occurs when you try to operate on the array elements which are behind its size. Okay. So for example, if the array size is some 3, and if you try to perform some, assigning some element to the array element behind its size, or accessing an array element which is behind the size, then you are going to get this array index out of bounds exception. For example, if I create an integer array AR is equal to new int of 3, I'll say. So here the size of the array is set to 3, and I'll say AR of 0 is equal to 9, AR of 1 is equal to 5, AR of 2 is equal to 7. Okay, 3 elements I am adding into this array. Now, if I say AR of 3 is equal to 11 or something, this will not be allowed. Okay, up to here it is okay, guys. But if you are trying to add the 4th element into the array, then we are going to get a problem. Okay, in this line 12, because the size of the array is 3, starting from the index to index 2 means 3 elements is already done. This is a 4th element. You are trying to add 4th element into the array. That's the reason in the line 12, you are going to get an array index out of bounds exception. You see, you didn't get any compile time error given by compiler. That's why it's called as unchecked exception, because it's not checked by the compiler. So we'll get an output like array index out of bounds exception. And the reason for the exception is index 3 out of bounds for length 3. Okay, index 3 out of bounds for length 3. And this is a array index out of bounds exception. Okay. So here, if I comment this out, I'll not get the exception, guys. If I have to remove this, so I'll not get any exception. If I say system.out.println AR of 0, no exception will come. Okay, that is unchecked exception. One of the array index out of bounds exception is a practical demonstration for unchecked exception known as array index out of bounds exception. So I can go with AR of 2, but here only 3 elements got added. Now, what if I try to access the 4th element which doesn't exist in the array? In this case also, you'll get the same exception, guys. In the line 16, it will print the value of first element of the array, that is 957 will be printed till here. To try to access the 4th element of the array when the size of the array is 3, this particular statement also will give you array index out of bounds exception at the line 16. You see, at the line 16, after printing the first 3 elements of the array, after the size is done, if you are trying to access the size of the array behind its size, okay, then you are in the line 16, you see AR of 3 is giving you array index out of bounds exception. Here it's clearly saying that index 3 out of bounds for the length. The size of the array is 3. How can you have index 3? Index 3 means 4th element, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4th element. So that's how we can get another type of the unchecked exception category, that is array index out of bounds exception also. This is another example of the unchecked exception category for array index out of bounds exception. So what is the next type of exception? Input mismatch exception. Okay. So you will get this kind of exception. For this, I have to write the code like this, guys. Input mismatch exception, Scanner is equal to new scanner. I'll try to collect the input from the user using the scanner class. Control-Shift-O. Scanner will be imported from java.util package automatically. Inside this constructor, I have to write system.in. And after that, I have to simply write down scanner dot. Here I have to write some print statement for the user so that user can understand. Okay, just remove this. System.out.println. Enter any number, I will say. And here I'll write down scanner dot next int. I will say. This will return you int number. Int num is equal to number is equal to. I would like to print out that number. System.out.println number. Okay. So, but here the user has to here scanner object is expecting which type of input from the user, integer kind of input from the user, because next int is there. But if you don't enter integer number, if you pass some string or any character or something like that, then you will get an exception, guys. For now, I will run this code in a normal way. I'll definitely give a number here. You see, and whatever the number that you gave here, that number got printed and program is working fine. What if I run the code again? And this time, instead of giving a number, if I give my name like Arun or something, you see, immediately I'm going to get input mismatch exception at this line level, because next int is expecting the integer value from the user, but the user has entered a text or string value or whatever the other type of value that this next int cannot support. So next int method of the scanner class has reported this exception to the JVM of Java, input mismatch exception at the Java 11th line. Okay, this is one of the example where you will get input mismatch exception, guys, in Java, which is unchecked exception, because Java is not suggesting during the compile time that there is a particular line where is a possibility of an exception, though it's called as, that's why it's called as unchecked exception. Okay, it's called as unchecked exception. So three types of exceptions: arithmetic exception, array index out of bounds exception, input mismatch exception. I covered just now. We'll go with the number format exception, guys. So for example, you have a string str is equal to some number is there, 1, 2, 3 is the number. So this particular number, even though it's a number, it's surrounded by double quotes, means it's a string literal number. Okay, it's not a numerical literal, it's a string literal. If I want to convert this convertible string numerical literal type of string literal into an integer kind of stuff, we have something like integer dot parse int of str I have to give. What happens if the string text contains a number that can be converted into integer number? The parseInt will be able to convert and return in the form of an integer. Int number is equal to, I'll write down system.out.println, system.out.println number I will write. Okay, number I will print it out. Okay, number I will print it out. When I run this code, what will happen? When I run this code, what will happen? 123 will be converted to number. You can also perform addition here, number plus 10. So 133 should be printed. 123, after converting to number, after adding to 10 will become 133. If it is converted properly to integer number or not, we can decide like this. You see, 133 got printed. It's working fine. What if here in place of 123, if I give ABC here, can we convert some text like, or I'll give my name here, Arun? Can this kind of text can be converted into a number? Is there any way? No, parseInt also cannot do that. Okay, if this string literal is a convertible number format, then only we have to use parseInt and get the string literal number into the normal number format. But here text is there, text cannot be converted to number. So parseInt method here will not be able to convert this text into the number. Hence, this parseInt will return you an exception. That is, what is that exception, guys? Number format exception. You cannot convert this into a number. The reason for this is, whatever the text that you are passing, Arun, is of not numerical type. Even the string number that is not a numerical type or input string, Arun, number format exception came. Okay, the fourth unchecked exception category is a number format exception. In this kind of program, you'll get that number format exception. Okay, in this kind of programs, you'll get number format exception, guys. Now the next one, apart from this number format exception, is the null pointer exception. Okay, the next one is the null pointer exception, guys. The next one is the null pointer exception. So what is this null pointer exception? I'll tell you. So for example, string str is there, and here Arun Moturi is there. Some text is there. If I want to find the size of this particular string, what I have to do, guys? System.out.println. I have to perform some operation on this string using the object reference of the string class. I have to call a method known as str.length predefined method. Okay, this length predefined method of the string class. Length predefined method of the string class will get the size of this particular string, and you will not get any problem here. No exception will come. 12 will be printed here in the output. You see 12 got printed in the output. And why 12 is coming? Here you can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 is there. We got the 12. But what if this particular string is not pointing to any, this object reference of the string class is not pointing to a real string, rather it is pointing to null. So when str object reference of the string class is pointing to null instead of a real object or some string text, in that case, whatever the operations you perform on that particular object reference using that object reference by calling the predefined methods of the string class, right? You will get null pointer exception. Okay, you can print the string, but you cannot perform operations on this particular string. Here, if you print the string, if I say system.out.println, if I say str, it will print the null, but you cannot perform operation on that null. You cannot find the size of the null, right? That's where the problem will come. Okay, not only length method, any method of the string class, if you use with this null pointing string, right, you will get an exception. You see at the line 12, you will get an exception known as null pointer exception. The reason for the exception is that cannot invoke string.length because str is null. Not only the string class, guys, any other class maybe that is pointing to null, and using the object reference of that such class which is pointing to null, if you try to perform any other operations, you will get null pointer exception in Java, guys. So this is one example where you will get null pointer exception, which is a unchecked exception because Java compiler during the compile time is not suggesting that there is a possibility of this null pointer exception here. That's why during the compile time, Java compiler is not suggesting, and it's called as an unchecked exception. And the next one is two more are there, guys. Let me explain these two more things. Class cast exception. Okay, class cast exception. I'll do one thing for this class cast exception. I'll do one thing, guys. I'll create some classes here. Control Shift O, and here I'll create some classes here. So let's say here I'll create a class like class animal. Class animal. I'll not write anything here. I'll just keep this class empty for now. This is a class animal. And here class dog, I'll say class dog. Okay, I'll not write anything inside these classes just for the sake I'm creating classes, guys. You can, if required, you want to create some variables and methods inside these classes, you can do that. But here, at a high level, I would like to explain. I'm not writing anything inside this class bodies. Okay. Now I'll make this dog class extends animal class. I'll make this dog class extends animal class, and cat class also will make that extend means child class. Cat also will become a child class of the animal class. Okay. So these both classes, cat and dog, belong to the child class of the animal classes. Okay. Now in that kind of cases, if I have to create an object for the dog class, can I create an object for the dog class? Yes. New dog. Okay. Like this, I can create an object for the dog class. And this object, can I store into the variable of the animal class because animal is a parent of the dog class? Yes, in Java, you can create an object for the child class and assign that to the variable of the animal is equal to here animal class. Okay, animal. Okay, animal is equal to new dog. Like this, I can write. Okay, animal is equal to new dog. I'll write. Okay, the object of the child class can be assigned to the variable of the parent class. This concept in Java is called as upcasting. Okay. We have upcasting. Okay, we have upcasted the child class dog class object to the variable of the parent class. Okay, now again, if I want to downcast this animal, okay, if I write animal here, animal is nothing but it is referring to the object of the dog class. Now if I have to downcast it to the dog class, I can do that. Okay, what I have to do here I have to provide the typecasting saying dog, and here I can say dog is equal to, like this I can downcast. Okay, this is called as downcasting. Downcasting. This is the proper way of downcasting. This is a proper way of downcasting. Why? Because the object of the dog class, which is one of the child of the animal class, has been upcasted to the animal class, and the same animal, the object that is stored into this animal variable of the animal is now downcasted using the dog typecasting type to the dog class. That is possible in Java. This is called as upcasting. This is called as downcasting. Okay, if I run the code, you will not get any error. I'll just write down system.out.println end of this program. So that if the end of this program is printed, means this upcasting and downcasting are possible. Okay, the statements are working fine without any exceptions, we can say. So anywhere I did some mistakes, anywhere save this. Here animal, dog, cat, some errors are coming. Over the mouse on the animal and say already defined in some other package or something, guys. In one of the classes, animal class is created. So I'll say animal X. I'll just say animal X, guys. Animal X. Here dog X, cat X. Just change the names so that it will not interfere. Okay, animal X, dog X, and here animal X, dog X, like this. I'll write. Okay, save this and see if that is also there. No. Now you see errors are gone because some other classes also have this. Maybe I created these classes inside another classes as another example. Now anyhow, we are just in place of animal, we have put animal X. So in place of dog, we have put dog X. Okay, run the code. You see, no problem will come. End of this program will be printed. So upcasting and downcasting is successfully possible. Now what I will do here is, when I'm trying to upcast, the same way I will upcast. I'm upcasting the object of the dog class to the variable of the animal class. But when I am downcasting, here I am downcasting the animal with the cat X. Is it possible to downcast the object that is upcasted to the animal to the class X type? Here cat X is possible. It looks like possible because Java compiler is not giving you any error. Here, the object of the dog class is assigned to the variable of the animal class. That object of the dog class can be typecast, that is stored in the animal variable, can be typecasted or downcasted to the cat class. That is not possible. Okay, cat is another child of the animal. That doesn't mean that we can downcast the dog object to the cat type. whatever the object that is upcasted to the animal type should be downcasted also to the same dog type only. But if you try to downcast it to another class type, which is class cat type or whatever the type, in Java compiler will not give you any compiler. So, but when you run the code, in the output you will get class cast exception. You cannot cast down. You cannot downcast the object of the dog to the cat type. Okay, you see, you cannot typecast like this. This is not possible, guys. Okay, what is possible? If you say dog X, that is possible because the object of the dog class has been upcasted to the animal. So the same object has to be downcasted to the dog type only, but cannot be downcasted to the cat type, which is a different class type. Okay, so that's where you are going to get this class cast exception in Java, which is unchecked, another unchecked exception we have in Java. And this is example for that unchecked class exception. And final exception type, that is illegal argument exception, guys. Very simple. I'll explain you. Very simple. We generally know, we'll write the code like this, guys. System.out@println. Main method started. Main method started. Main method started. And here I'll write down system.out.println. Main method ended. Okay. Main method ended. Main method ended. Okay. Now here write down system.out.println. Here write down instead of system.println. Here I'll write down thread.sleep. Thread.sleep. If I give 5 seconds here, 5000 milliseconds here, and ignore the exception that is possible here. So interrupted exception. Okay, interrupted exception. This is a different exception, guys. This is a checked exception. You see here for thread.sleep, Java compiler is suggesting that there's a possibility of exception here. Better to handle it. But for all the other exceptions I have done so far, it's not suggesting me any possibility of exception. For the first time in this code, in this program, it's suggesting me there is a possibility of exception. I'll ignore that for a while. That's okay. But I'm not worried about interrupted exception. I'm not explaining interrupted exception. My exception type is illegal argument exception, which is different. So here, guys, if I give 5000 milliseconds in a proper format, in the sleep predefined method of the thread predefined class, I'm passing 5000 as the argument. That is a valid argument. 5000 milliseconds is a valid argument. First main method started will be printed after 5 seconds. After 5 seconds of time, main method ending will be printed. It is working fine. What if I give a minus value here? Will it work? You see, Java compiler is not suggesting that there is a possibility of exception here. When I give a negative value, this argument should not be taken by the consider because time cannot be in negative value, right? Time should be only in positive. But what if you give a negative value into the sleep? This is one of the example, guys, where if you give the negative value, this will give you illegal argument exception in the output. You see, main method started and negative value it cannot take, and because of which you got illegal argument exception. Timeout value is negative. It should be only in positive. You cannot give this number in negative. That's the reason you got illegal argument exception. This is only one of the places in Java where this one of the places in Java where you are getting this illegal argument exception. But other than this, there may be other examples of this illegal argument exception, but this is the easiest one. Okay. So with this note, guys, I practically demonstrated all the common unchecked exceptions that we come across in Java. If you have the single video knowledge, right, a lot of things you would have known in Java, guys. What are some common unchecked exceptions in Java? Arithmetic exception, array index out of bounds exception, input mismatch exception, number format exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception, illegal argument exception, and many more. So this video, if you watch from start to end, and if you have practiced all these things, right, you'll be good with all the type of common unchecked exceptions that we come across in Java. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration for all the uncommon unchecked exceptions that we generally come across in the Java program. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, what are some common checked exceptions in Java? Let me answer. First of all, what exactly are the checked exceptions? There are two types of exceptions we have in Java. One is checked exceptions and other one are unchecked exceptions. The exceptions which are checked by the compiler before you run the code, and where the compiler during the compile time in a particular line of code before you run the code is suggesting that there is a possibility of exception here. Such kind of exceptions which are checked by the compiler are called as checked exceptions. And coming to the unchecked exceptions, okay, during the compile time, okay, before you run the code, Java compiler will not suggest you that there is a possibility of exception. Okay, only after running the code, you will come to know in the output that there is an exception, okay, at the particular line. But during the compile time, the compiler will not check that possibility of exception. Such kind of exceptions for which the compiler is not checking the possibility of getting an exception after running the code are called as unchecked exceptions. The kind of exceptions for which the compiler during the compile time before you run the code will suggest that there is a possibility of exception at so and so line of the code, and there is a possibility of so and so exception before you run the code. Such kind of exceptions fall under the checked exceptions category. Okay, so in this checked exceptions category, what are the common checked exceptions we have? File not found exception, input output exception, that is IO exception, then class not found exception, parse exception, SQL exception, interrupted exception, and there may be many more, guys. Okay, these are the common ones that we generally come across while writing the Java programs. So here in this session, so to make you guys understand each and every exception that is unchecked, checked exception type, and for making you guys remember this stuff, I'm going to demonstrate this checked exceptions in this session. Okay, for that I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and create a new class. I'll just randomly create a class name, let's say new. I'll just create a class. I'll name this class as class 24, just giving some random name here. With main method I'll create, click on finish. And once I do that, here, I'm going to write a code for the first type of exception, checked exception, that compiler during the compile time will check that there is a possibility of exception before you run the code. That is file not found exception. Okay, I'll write for the file not found exception. What is the code I have to write? I have to create a file, guys. File is equal to new file, or file1 is equal to new file. Anything you can write. File1 is f1 is equal to new file. And here Control Shift O, file class will be imported from java.io package. Here we are going to represent a file which is not available, or which is available in this project. Okay, so let's say there is a file under the project like abc.txt file, which is there in the project. And if I say file buffered reader, or file input stream, otherwise file input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream, I'll write. Okay, file input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. This is one of the predefined class in Java which can be used for reading the text from the file. Hover the mouse on this file input stream and import this file input stream from java.io package. And this constructor cannot be empty. We have to pass this particular file that you want to read the text from. But even after providing this file in this file input stream, you are getting a checked exception. Okay, compiler is giving a compiler error suggesting that there is a possibility of unhandled exception, that is file not found exception. What if this particular file doesn't exist? Is something the compiler is suggesting. If you want to shut the mouth of the compiler saying that abc.txt, I can clearly see that under the project abc.txt file is available. So I don't think this will result in any error. We already have the abc.txt file. So I'm pretty sure that it will not result in file not found exception, because at this particular location under the project abc.txt file is available. Hover the mouse on this and ignore the exception. Instead of handling the exception, you have ignored the exception. If you run the code, I'll simply write down system.out.println, end of this program. And when I run this, end of this program will be printed, will not get any exception. Because we have ignored the exception, we have shut the mouth of the compiler, which is suggesting that there is a possibility of exception. Since the exception will not come, I have ignored the exception here, and end of this program got printed means the file is available, guys. abc.txt file is available. Hence, the file input stream is able to recognize this particular file and get ready for reading the text from the file. Okay, so there is no exception. What if abc is there, xyz is there? For example, if I give the name of the file as arun.txt file, do you see any arun.txt file under this project? Under this project, arun.txt file is not there. In that case, since we have shut the mouth of the compiler, okay, when the file input stream will try to find this particular file at this location with the name arun.txt file under the project, it will not find. That's the reason this new file input stream, okay, this particular constructor will give you an exception known as file not found exception, guys. Okay, so file not found exception will come in the output. Okay, despite of the compiler suggesting that there is a possibility of exception here, we have ignored the suggestion given by the compiler. We have said throws file not found exception we have given beside the declaration, because of which you see we have ignored the exception, because of which it's saying that arun.txt file cannot be found in the specified path. In this kind of situations, you will get file not found exception, which is a checked exception, which is actually suggested by the compiler, right? This is a checked exception because, okay, when you write that code, right, the compiler is suggesting you possibility of an exception here, that is file not found exception. Okay, here compiler is suggesting, that's why it's checking by the compiler, that's why it is a checked exception. Okay, it is a checked exception. It's one of file not found exception is one of the checked exception. Now input output exception. I'll create another file, guys. File2 is equal new file of. Here I'll give the some folder, a wrong folder location I'll give. Intentionally wrong folder. Intentionally I'm giving wrong folder. Okay. I'm just naming it a wrong folder or folder A, folder B. There is no particular folder here. Demo1 folder is there, sample1 folder is there. If I say folder A, let's say, is the folder A available in this project? No. And here under that folder, I will say abc.txt file, I will say. And I would like to create this file under the ABC folder, folder A. This A, otherwise I'll give some other name like, Zensar, okay? Zensar.txt file I want to create. First, to create this particular file, guys, folder A should be available, right? At this location only under the project, under the folder A, the folder is available. This file I want to create. For that, what I will do, f2.create new file, I'll say. Put a semicolon here. You see, the moment I put a semicolon here, the Java compiler is suggesting that if this folder location is not right, not correct, in that case, there is a possibility of exception here. The Java will not be able to, this create new file method will not be able to create a file because the folder location may be wrong. So it's better that beforehand you run the program, you try to surround this with try catch block. Otherwise, you are going to get this kind of IO exception. I don't want to ignore the exception. You can ignore the exception, guys. Okay. Either you have to ignore the exception or you have to surround with try catch block. If you surround with try catch block, the exception will come because this folder location is not there and catch block will handle it. But if you ignore the exception without considering the suggestion given by the Java compiler during the compile time that there's a possibility of IO checked exception here. Okay. If you run the code like this by ignoring or shutting the mouth of the compiler during the output, you will get IO exception, guys. Okay. Because the system cannot find the path of the folder, that is whatever the path that is specified, right? This folder A path is not available. If you have given a proper path like sample1, etc., sample1, let's say, if you given proper path, it will not come. Okay. System.out.println, end of this program, I'll write end of this program. In this case, you will not get the exception because the folder path is right. Sample1 folder is there under the project. So path is correct. Under that, zensar.txt file will be created by f2.create new file. The end of the program will be printed. And if you go here and refresh the project here, refresh the project once. Once you refresh the project, under the sample1, you see zensar.txt file got created. If you give a wrong folder name here, like folder X or folder A or whatever it is, in this case, what will happen? It will not create it will not it will not be able to create the file because the folder location is wrong. The system IO exception will come saying system cannot find the folder path that is specified. At the line 14, we got the exception when you are trying to create a new file at a wrong location, which is not exist. Okay. In such kind of cases, guys, you will get input output exception. Okay. IO exception means input output. If due to some reasons, if input is not possible or output is not possible or creating a file is not possible, you'll get this kind of exceptions, guys, in Java. This is one of the case where you get IO exception in Java. And next one we have is a class not found exception. Okay. The next one I'm going to demonstrate is a class not found exception. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a class, guys. Okay. I'm just going to create a class here. So where I can create class anywhere. In the same file also I create class dog. I'll create a class with the name dog. I don't want to create any variables or methods. You can create though, but I just want to make the code look simple. So I'm just creating some two classes, dog class like that, without any variables and methods. But in your case, you can create variables and methods also. Just to simplify the program, just to simplify the program, I'm just creating some two classes inside the same class24.java file. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to write some code like this, guys. Okay, class dot for name. Okay, class dot for name. I have to give the name of the package. Name of the package is what? IJPack. Under the IJPack, we have dog and cat, right? IJPack plus the name plus what? Under the IJPack dot, I have to say package name dot the name of the class that you want to get. Okay. So here I would like to take the class name. Okay. I want to load this class, guys. I want to load this class. In order to load the class in Java, we have class dot for name kind of for name predefined method of the class is there. Using this for name, we can load the class. We can create an object for the class. Many things we can do, guys. So this line, the for name predefined static method of the class, predefined class in Java. Okay. whatever the path you gave for the class, right? If the class exists, it will load the class and you can create instance for the class later. Such kind of purpose it has, okay? Such kind of purpose it has. What I will do here is I will try to collect the class name from the user itself, okay? I want the user to enter the class name, scanner, and system.in, okay? System.in. Then simply say Control-Shift-O and scanner will be imported, and simply enter system.out.println, system.out.println, enter any class name, say dog or cat. Okay, enter class, otherwise enter class name, dog or class. Okay, like this, I am asking the user, either the user has to enter dog or cat here. Okay, if dog or cat is there, means you see under this package, it will find whether there is dog or cat, and it will be loading. Okay, so let's see what will happen here, and the user will enter that scanner dot next line. So I'll retrieve that class name into the next line, and here I'll store that into the string class name. Okay, class name is equal to whatever the class name that is given by the user. I'll just give that here. That's it. I would like to load the class using the for name predefined static method of the class. I'm going to load this particular class which is available as a package. You see, Java is very clever. You see, the moment I have written that line, it's giving me a compiler error saying that there's a possibility of class not found exception. That's why it's called as checked exception, guys. Okay, Java is checking that there's a possibility of exception at this particular line if this particular class entered by the user during the runtime with the help of scanner class. If it's collecting the class name, right? If the dog or cat class is not entered, okay, then what will happen is some other class like a butterfly or something is entered. That butterfly doesn't exist. Okay, in that case, under the IJ pack, we don't have the butterfly class. If you're trying to load a class which doesn't exist, it's going to give an exception known as class not found exception. Since there is a possibility that the user may enter apart from dog or cat, the user may enter any other thing like tiger or lion or whatever it is. So because of this, the Java compiler during the compile time itself is suggesting that there is a possibility of the exception. So we are ignoring the exception without hearing to the compiler. So I would like to take a chance, like to see what is happening and all. Here, end of this program, I'll print. And here I'll close the scanner objects. This warning message I have to close, guys. Scanner.close is there. So that's it. And run the code here, right click run as Java application, and observe that the user will be asked if there is some problem here. So this dog and cat, right? Maybe there may be somewhere else also. Dog X, cat XL, right? Here also, either enter dog X or cat X. Okay. Let's see. Is there any problem now? Save this. Still there. Problem is still there. The dog type X already exists. I'll just give a different name, guys. Dog D, cat C. Let's see whether the error is gone or not. Dog D, cat C. Save this. Yeah, errors are gone. Either you have to enter dog D or cat C. Okay. Because already maybe in project, right, somewhere these classes are there. That's the reason we are getting this. Okay. Or we can give some different names like, we can give snake. Snake I have not used anywhere in the project. Snake. I'll say rat here. Okay. Here either the user have to enter snake or rat. Okay. Rat class. But if the user tries to enter any other thing apart from snake or rat, the classes will not exist at this particular package. And because of which, you may get an exception. Class not found exception. Run the code and see that in the output, the user will be asked to enter the class name, either snake or rat. If I say snake means end of this program, we didn't get any exception. Okay. The class has been loaded successfully here. And this statement has line 19 has not resulted in any exception. Similarly, if I run the code again, and this time if I give rat here, this also is not a problem. End of this program came. But apart from snake and rat, if I give something like tiger or something here, tiger, immediately I'll get class not found exception because tiger class doesn't exist under this particular package. You're trying to load a class which doesn't exist in this particular package location where you have given. That is the reason this particular statement, which is trying to load a class which doesn't exist in this at this package location and in this project, is giving you class not found exception. This is another example of the class not found exception, guys. We have ignored the suggestion given by the compiler. Okay, I'll just comment this out. This is another exception type, okay, which falls into the checked exception category, where compiler is suggesting in advance that there is a possibility of the exception. This also I'll comment it out here. Okay, what next? I covered file not found, IO exception, and class not found exception also. Now coming to the parse exception. So here parse exception will come when you try to, let's say there is a string, let's say string some str is equal to, I'll give some date in a particular format, like, first I'll give 2024 hyphen month, I'll give 01 hyphen 25. Okay, the date I'm giving 25th January 2024. I'm giving some random date. Now, I would like to convert this string into the date format. For that, we have simple date format kind of class, right? Simple date format predefined class is there in Java to convert this string text, which is a convertible date, is there to the appropriate text, right? Simple date format, new is equal to simple date format. Date format. I'll write this and simply say Control Shift O. And here I need to provide a format, guys, like y hyphen. Then I have to say dd hyphen capital MM. Okay, this is the format, exact format. So if I give a proper format here, and if I use SDF dot is lenient is false, I have to give. False means it's very strict. Okay, if this format is type that one not or okay. So 1 minute, SDF dot lenient something will be there, guys. I have to see set lenient. I have to say set lenient, not is lenient. I'm setting the lenient to false means it's not going to be lenient. It's going to be strict. If this format matches only in the whatever the format I gave in the simple date format that matches with the given string format, then only this string will be converted into the date. Otherwise, it will not be converted. Okay. After setting that to false, if I say SDF dot format SDF dot format or something. Okay, there is some command here. I have to remember that SDF dot what is that command, guys? Let me see where exactly. Parse method. Okay, parse, and I have to parse this string, guys. Okay, I have to parse this particular string which is containing the date in the given format only. Okay, you see SDF dot parse. And you see there is a compiler is very clever that it's giving a possibility of exception here known as parse exception. What if this particular format is not according to the given date format? Okay, here year is not there here. Let's say here month is there, here a date is there, year is there. In that case, this format will not match, right? And also it is strict format. In this kind of case, you see there's a possibility of exception. It's saying I'm ignoring the exception. Suggestion of the instead of handling the exception that we generally do in real time, ignoring the exception given by the compiler, but it's suggested by the compiler during the compile time. It falls into the parse exception, falls into the checked exception anyhow. This parse method will return you date. Okay, the converted date. Date is equal to. I would like to print out that date. System.out.println. If everything goes well, I would like to print out the date. Okay, import this date from java.util package. Okay. And after that, now run the code here. You see, there's no problem in this code. This program will work fine because according to the format only, the string date is there. Okay, you see, here year is there, year is there, hyphen is there, hyphen is there. Here date is there, date is there. Okay, here month is there, no? So I have to give month actually, capital M. I'll give a proper format here. Okay, and here last one 25 is the date. I will give dd here. Okay, so proper format is given means it will be able to convert and print the date in the output console. That 25th January 2024 is printed properly. What if when I set this lenient to false, that means you should be strict. In that cases, when it's lenient, set lenient is set to false, and where the strict format matching should happen, and then you are trying to do something like this. Will this work? Here it's expecting date. While parsing that the string date into the real date, it's first taking the dd. 2024 should go here. 2024 should go here. But dd means date should be there. 25 should be there here. Okay. But here strict format, wrong format is provided. The string is not in the required format otherwise. In this case, definitely since we have ignored the exception given by the suggested by the compiler, definitely this particular parse method will give you an exception known as parse exception in the output. It is a checked exception. Okay, this is how we can get the parse exception in the Java 24th line. When you are trying to parse a string with this format which is not matching, the string text is not getting converted to the date because of that proper format. It's not following. The string text is not following this particular format. If I change the string text to the required format, then the exception will not come. I'll remove these throws here so that you can see that compiler is checking the exception before we run the code. So that's why it's called as a checked exception. And this is example for the parse exception, guys. Okay, parse checked exception. So finally, what are the other things? What is the other thing we have? SQL exception we have. There are two more exception, guys. One is SQL exception and other one is interrupted exception, which also comes under the checked exceptions category. So I'll explain you the SQL exception. So whenever from the Java, if you want to connect to the database, like MySQL database or something, we have to use JDBC connection. We have to do Java database connection. For this, I have to write the code like this: driver manager dot get connection. Okay, I have to say get connection. And here I have to provide the connection details like, JDBC colon. So we have to write JDBC colon MySQL database, name of the database. JDBC I have to give this. Okay, Java database connectivity MySQL colon double backward slash double forward slash, and I have to say localhost colon some port number we have to give 3306 colon port number 3306, and after that I have to say slash and give the name of the database. Fake DB I'll give. Okay, it's not a real database. This particular database doesn't exist. And along with that, I'll also give comma fake username. I'm not giving proper details. Intentionally, I'm not giving if I have given proper details, Java connection, JDBC will connect to the database. But here intentionally I'm giving incorrect username and incorrect password. Okay, incorrect password. Intentionally I'm giving this wrong username, wrong password, and wrong DB details to get a connection. You see, Java is very clever that way before I do anything, run the program during the compiled time itself, it's saying that there's a possibility of exception here, unchecked exception. So I handle this section which a try catch block. If in case this particular statement will not be able to connect to the MySQL database with its given name and username password, there's a possibility of exception it's suggesting in advance. That's why SQL exception also falls under the checked exception category. Okay. And here, yeah, I'll ignore the exception as usual. And here I'll run the system. I'll write the system.out.println end of this program. So end of this program will not be printed because exception will come in the before line 17th line itself will get an exception known as SQL exception because the connection will not be established with the wrong details given. Okay, I have given the wrong DB, wrong username, wrong password, not suitable driver found. This kind of things will come. So the exception that is coming is SQL exception, which is one of the checked exception. Okay, which is checked by the compiler before you run the code. Before you run the code only, the compiler is checking such kind of exception. I'll comment this out. So this is what is SQL exception, guys. When you're trying to connect to the database using JDBC, and if you don't give the correct DB details in the get connection predefined method as an argument, if you are passing not the correct details of the database, in that case, if you pass also, Java compiler will check that there is a possibility of exception and will ask you to handle. If you ignore the exception, the error will come, checked exception kind of error. The exception will come in the output. Otherwise, it will be handled in the program using try catch block. But at least Java compiler is suggesting that there is a possibility of exception in this case. And the final checked exception we have is the interrupted exception, guys, that not many people will explain to you. Okay, it's related to multi-threaded environment. Okay, so first to get this interrupted exception, we have to, this is a single threaded program. Whatever the main method that you are seeing here is a single threaded program. Only one thread will be running. When you run this main program, one thread will be there. But I want to create multi-threaded environment. So for example, if I write system.out.println main thread, I'm just giving some name to the thread that is running in this single thread. Main thread started. Okay, system.out.println main thread ended. Okay, this is the ending of the main thread. Main thread ended. How many threads are running in this program? If I run the code, there is only one thread running in the main method thread. Okay, main method is getting executed with the help of only one thread. This single threaded environment. Okay, here in between that I can also give something like a thread.sleep also. Thread.sleep I can say, and I'll give something like 5,000 seconds. Okay, 5,000 milliseconds. Okay, here Java compiler is very clever that just way before you run the code, it's suggesting you there is a possibility of interrupted exception. What if this particular environment is not a single threaded environment? In this case, as you can see, even though I write thread.sleep, it is a single threaded environment where only one thread will be running. Okay, only one thread will be running, and that thread will be running this code from the main method, and main thread started will be running. Printed, and after that the thread will be going to sleep for 5 seconds. 5,000 milliseconds means 5 seconds. The current thread, that is single thread, will be going to sleep, and after that thread is released after 5 seconds. After it comes out of the sleep, it will print main thread ended. Okay, so I'll ignore the exception here because this is a single threaded program, right? There is no other thread will come and interrupt this. So with that intention, I'm going to run this code and see that main thread started after 5 seconds. Main thread ended without any exceptions. You will get that. Okay. But what if I create a multi-threaded environment? Okay, what if I create a multi-threaded environment like thread is equal to new thread, another thread I am creating, guys. Okay, thread is equal to new thread. And you see, this is from java.lang, so you don't have to import it separately. Okay, this thread is from java.lang package, the default package of Java. So no need to import it separately. And here, the thread constructor cannot be empty, guys. Thread constructor cannot be empty here. If you want to create a new thread, you have to write the code like this. Okay, I'll write a lambda expression here. Lambda expression is nothing but a nameless function. So nameless method or function which has a circular brackets. If it doesn't have any parameters, we can provide a circular brackets here, and it doesn't have any name. Okay, if you have some name for the method, right? Method name followed by circular brackets will be there. Nameless function will not have any name, so only circular brackets will be there. And lambda expression has to be written like this. Lambda expression is nothing but a nameless function only. Okay, so nameless function, arrow symbol, and starting of the and ending of the thing. Okay, so if you have multiple statements in that particular function or method, this is the method body, guys. Okay, this method doesn't have any name, and the body of the method, if it has multiple statements, you have to write curly braces. Otherwise, curly braces are not required. I'll press enter here, the starting of the method body, the ending of the method body. In that, I'll write thread.sleep here. I want to run another thread. Guys. I'll name this particular thread as, I'll just give the 2 seconds here. Okay, 2 seconds as another thread. So in this environment, what will happen is now I'm going to create multiple threads here. This Java compiler is suggesting that there is a possibility of interrupted exception, and you have to compulsory surround with tracker. Ignoring is not there. You see, for this thread.sleep outside, we got a ignoring part, but here you cannot ignore that. This particular thread you cannot ignore. You have to surround with try catch block. Just give some try catch block and remove this comment if not required. That's it. Okay. Now, whenever you want to start this particular thread, there is a method, guys. That is, after this main thread started, the program is started, right? The first thread is already started with the main method only, and this particular thread is not started. If you want to create a multi-threaded environment, already one thread is running. While the thread is running, guys, here after the single thread is printing main thread started, I would like to start another thread also. Thread.sleep, I will say. Thread.sleep and sorry, not thread.sleep. Thread.start, I will say. I'll start another thread here. Now we have the multi-threaded environment created where at this point of time, if you see how many threads are there, the single threaded earlier main method thing is there. And along with that, this thread we are starting using the object reference of this thread class. We are starting another thread, which will halt for 2 seconds. And here also I'll write some print statement saying new thread started, and new thread ended. I'll write down. Okay, system.out.println, new thread started, and I'll write on here new thread ended. Like this, I'll write the program. And if I run the code, you see first main thread will start. And after that, second thread also will start. Main thread started, one thread is started. Along with that, another thread also will start. This thread, while the 2 threads will be running parallelly. Okay, the program is running using through multi-threaded means what? At same time, multiple threads are running in the program. Okay, when multiple threads are running in the program, there is a possibility that when multiple threads are running in the program, there is a possibility that you can interrupt one of the other thread. For example, this main thread I want to interrupt. Okay, before this thread.sleep is halting has started. Before this thread.sleep halting has started, I'm going to disturb that thread, interrupt that thread dot current thread dot interrupt. I'm interrupting one of the thread, that is a main thread. This main thread I'm interrupting in the multi-threaded environment. What will happen, guys? So only the main thread will get interrupted, and because of the main thread got interrupted, while the main thread is going on, while main thread is interrupted, and at the same time new thread also has started in the parallelly, like multi-threaded environment is happening where the main thread is interrupted because of the since the main thread got interrupted and you are trying to halt the main thread which already got interrupted. Is it possible to halt a thread which is interrupted? No. In that case, thread.sleep is going to give you an exception, guys. That's why Java is clever, because when you have not ignored the exception, it's clearly suggesting that what if this particular thread that I'm trying to halt will get interrupted. In that case, I cannot halt the program for 5 seconds, right? I cannot halt the thread for 5 seconds. That's what Java has already told us. I have ignored that. I have not listened to Java compiler, okay? Because it's checked exception, right? It may not listen. In multi-threaded environment, you can halt one of the thread on which you want to perform the halting process. So here the second thread, new thread will be still running, guys. Okay, you can start any number of threads. Okay, thread.stop, this thread will start. You can start any number of threads, guys. But this particular thread, Okay, multi-threaded environment where threads are running parallelly. In that, the main thread for which you are going to halt the program for 5 seconds, right? By halting the thread, you are going to halt the program for 5 seconds, right? That thread is cannot get halted because that got interrupted. The thread got interrupted here. While the other thread is running, new thread is running. The original thread, the main original initial thread, okay, initial thread is interrupted, because of which thread.sleep will not happen. And this particular statement in Java, because it cannot halt the thread which is in interrupted state, will be throwing an exception known as interrupted exception. If you run this code, if you see that first main thread started will be printed, and new thread started, and while that main thread is interrupted, right? Main thread got interrupted and it's not possible to halt. In the line 30, we got the exception because it's not possible to halt the thread which is already interrupted. But the other thread is still running, guys. Okay, new thread that we started is still running. That's why the other thread doesn't matter whether the exception will come or not in the main thread. Okay, it has interrupted that, and the new thread is completed. And you see, since the exception came in the main thread, the statements after the main thread are not executed, like main thread ended is not coming, okay, because of that exception. So this is one of the example, where you get interrupted exception in Java, guys. Is also a checked exception. Java compiler will suggest that there is a possibility of exception here before you run the code in the multi-threaded environment. Even though it's single-threaded environment, also Java will suggest, because it thinks like, what if this particular program is a multi-threaded environment, even though this kind of code is not there, also it will suggest that there is a possibility of multi-threaded environment where this thread may get interrupted, like that it will think, and then it will try to give that a possibility of exception in advance, way advance. Okay, so all these are the examples of the checked exceptions in Java, guys. File not found exception, IO exception, class not found exception, parse exception, SQL exception, and interrupted exception. These are the main common checked exception we generally find in Java. If you get this kind of question in the interview, this explaining about this, 6 checked exceptions will be more than enough, guys. There may be other checked exceptions also, but these are the most common ones. Okay. So with this practical demonstration, I hope that you got the answer for this question with a very detailed understanding. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, how do you handle exceptions in Java? Let me answer. In Java programs, in order to handle the exceptions, there is only one way. That is by using try-catch blocks. Using this try-catch blocks only, we can handle the exceptions in Java. There is no other way other than using try-catch blocks. Let me practically demonstrate how to handle a sample exception in Java. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE, and here I'm going to create a new class. I'll just name this class as a class, some random name, let's say class 25. Okay, click on finish. And here I'm going to write some code. So this code, there's a possibility that it may result in some exception. Okay, so I would like to collect an input from the user using the scanner class. Scanner is equal to new scanner. By creating an object for the scanner, I'm providing here system.in inside the constructor. Okay, I'll be creating an object for the scanner class, and here I'll display some message to the user saying enter any number. Okay, enter any number. That number I'll collect somewhere here. Int whatever the number given by the user is equal to scanner dot next int. Okay, integer number the user has to give. Fine. Now after this program collects some input from the user. Okay, I would like to close the scanner class as the task is done. Now here I'll say int result is equal to 9 divided by NUM number. Okay, whatever the number I received from the user, right? That number I am using for dividing this number. After that, I would like to print the result. Okay, the result of the division I would like to print. And here I'll write down system.out.println end of this program. End of this program. Okay. So like this, I'll write some code. Now, when I run this code, the program will ask the user to enter any number. Okay. This program is asking the user to enter a number. So here 9 need to be divided by some number. If I give some value like 3, how many times a 3 can divide the number 9 with 3 times? 3 3 is a 9. So we'll get the result as 3. The result will be printed as 3 and end of this program will be printed. So no exception has come. But what if I give a number like 0 here? Okay, the user is entering a number 0. So can you divide a number, any number with 0 in Java? No. That statement where the number is getting divided by 0 in Java program will result in an arithmetic exception. Okay. So in the line 14, we are going to get an arithmetic exception like this. You see, the line 14, you got arithmetic Java. From the Java, we got this arithmetic exception, guys. Okay. The reason is you are trying to divide a number by 0. So here exception is not handled. That's the reason the program got stopped and remaining statements have not been printed. So to overcome this exception, I'll surround these particular statements with the try catch block. The only way to handle the exceptions in Java is to use try catch block. Okay, use try catch block catch. Here I will say arithmetic exception E. Okay, like this I have to write the code in Java. I have to surround the text with try catch block. Here I have to write system.out.println. Exception got handled. Okay, exception handled, exception handled. I'll just say colon. And here I'll say plus E. Okay, run the code now. Even though the user enters 0 also, the exception will be handled this time. Okay, when the user enters 0, so 9 divided by 0 will give an arithmetic exception. Instead of the exception occurring and it's stopping the program abruptly, here the object of the exception will be assigned to the object reference of this arithmetic exception in the catch block, and catch block will handle the exception. With the help of try catch block, we are handling the exception handle, and details of the exception will be printed and the program will still continue. Okay, you see, exception got handled. Exception handled, and this is the exception we got, but the program execution has continued. This is how we can handle the exceptions, guys. When a runtime exception occurs in Java, a runtime error or exception occurs in Java without try catch block, if the runtime exception occurs during the runtime, the program execution will stop at the line where the exception came. In the 14th line only, program execution will stop. But if you handle the exception using this try catch block, the exception will be handled and the remaining statements of the code will be executed. For example, here, end of this program has been printed here because the program continued, because the arithmetic exception got handled here. If the user, what if the user enters 0 here? A number cannot be divided by 0. In such cases, exception will be thrown. And if you give a normal number, nothing will happen, guys. Okay. You give something like 3 or something, you see the result 3 will come end of this program, but exception has not come. So, but if an exception comes, this try catch block will handle the exception and it will continue the execution of the code without stopping the program where the exception has occurred. This is called as exception handling, and the exception handling is possible in Java only with the help of try catch blocks. There is no other mechanism in Java to handle the exceptions except try catch block. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, what happens when the exception is not handled in Java? Let me answer. When you don't handle an exception in Java, the Java program will throw the exception to the JVM, and JVM will immediately stop the execution of the program there itself wherever the exception has been thrown. Okay, in the line where the exception has been thrown, there itself the Java program will stop running. The remaining portion of the code after the exception won't be executed. Let me prove you that in a practical way so that you will be able to understand the answer for this question in a better way. So what happens when the exception is not handled in Java? But how to handle the exception using try catch block? If you don't use try catch block to handle an exception, if an exception occurs in the Java code, a particular line, that line will throw an object of that particular exception class, okay, to the JVM, which is actually running the program. JVM, once it receives an object from the exception class, it will stop the program immediately at that particular line where the exception has been thrown from. The remaining portion of the code won't be executed. The remaining lines of code won't be executed, guys. I'll show you. You can see it here as a practical demonstration. I'll take a very simple exception and what happens. I'll just create a class 20. I'll give some number like random number 26 with main method. Okay, inside this class, inside the main method, I'm going to write some print statements because I just want to show you that this particular execution has started. Okay, program executions, program started here. Let's say program started here. Okay, Program started here like this. I'll just copy paste this one multiple times so that we can see that. Assume that these are the lines of the code we have in our program. Assume that these are the lines of the code we have in our program. Okay, just give me a second. Okay. Just write it here like this. And here I'll write down system.out.println and end of this program. End of this program. End of this program. Okay. Program started here, end of this program. This also, this particular line I'll write multiple times. This particular line I'll write multiple lines so that, we can see that that is the end of the program. This is the starting of the program. Four times I am printing. Okay. And in between this starting and ending lines, here program ended here. I have to say program ended here. Program started. Program ended here. Okay. Program ended here. Program ended here. Program started here. Program ended here. That's it. Okay. So program started here. Program ended here. In between that, at the line 12, I'm writing int a is equal to 9 divided by 0. Intentionally, I'm trying to divide a number by 0, guys. What happens when you try to divide a number by 0 in Java? Java will give you an exception, okay, known as arithmetic exception. That exception will not come during the compile time. After I run the code, while the program is getting executed, when the line 12 gets executed, the line 12 will throw an object of a predefined exception class. In this case, arithmetic exception class related object will be thrown. To whom it will be thrown? To the JVM. Because I'm not handling the exception here, I'm not surrounding this particular statement with try catch block. So it's free to throw the exception, the object of that particular arithmetic exception predefined class to the JVM of the Java, and the JVM which is responsible for running this program. Once it receives the object of the arithmetic exception, it will immediately stop the program at this line 12 itself. Whatever the statements that are there after the line 12 won't be executed, guys. This is a problem with the exception. Okay. What happens when the exception is not handled using try catch block in Java? The remaining lines of code, the answer is the remaining lines of the code after the exception has occurred in this particular line won't be executed. After the line 12, the line 12 is a line where arithmetic exception occurred, and this line has thrown the object of the arithmetic exception predefined class to the JVM. JVM will stop the execution of this program here itself where the exception has come from, and the remaining lines of the code won't be executed. Here program started here, program started here, program started here, program started will be started here will be printed 4 times. After that, when this particular line comes, the program will stop there because of the exception, and remaining lines of the code, that is program ended here, won't be printed, guys. This remaining print statements won't be printed. The program started here, program started here, program started here, program started here, and we got the exception here. And after the exception, you see program ended here is not printed. Okay. The lines of the code which are coming after the exception in the program, because they have not handled here, are not printed. Only program started here got printed, and the exception got occurred in the line 12. After the line 12, whatever the lines of code are there, they didn't get executed. This is what is the answer for this question, guys. So what happens when the exception is not handled in Java? Generally, we handle the exception using try catch block. If you don't handle the exception, that particular line which gives the exception will throw the object of that particular exception class to the JVM, and JVM will stop the execution of the code at there itself where the exception has occurred, in the line itself where the exception has occurred. All the lines of the code which are followed by the exception line will not be executed. Okay. The program execution will stop. Remaining lines of code in the program, remaining lines of code in the program after the exception won't be executed. Won't be executed. Okay. Won't be executed. Remaining lines of the code in the program after the exception won't be executed. Okay. This is what is the problem that comes when you don't handle the exceptions using try catch block in your Java programs. With practical demonstration, I've answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, what will happen when an exception is handled in Java? Let me answer. So, in order to understand the answer for this question, let me go through the practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE. Here, I'm going to create a new class. I'll just name this class as class 27. And with the main method, I'll create. Okay. So inside the main method, I'm going to write some code which will result in an exception. Okay. So what I'll do here is I'll say int a is equal to 9, comma, b is equal to 0, comma, c I'll say. C is equal to a divided by b I'll say. Okay. C is equal to a divided by b. And here I'll simply write down system.out.println start of this program. And here I'll write down system.out.println the result the result C I'll print it out here. And here at the end I'll write down system.out.println end of this program. Okay. And if you want this particular statement to be written multiple times, you can write that, not a problem, so that it will be emphasizing the purpose of the program a bit. Okay. So let's run this code and see what happens in this case. So here I'm not handling the exception. Okay. To understand what happens when you handle an exception, the question here is what will happen when an exception is handled in Java? In this case, I'm not handling the exception because we already know that in this particular line, that is line 11, we are trying to divide a number by 0, 9 by 0. When you try to divide a number with 0, you are going to get what? You are going to get arithmetic exception. In Java, it's not possible to divide a number by 0. This line is going to give you the arithmetic exception. So how it will be giving the arithmetic exception? When what happens when this arithmetic exception comes? During the compile time, nothing will come. You will not get any error. But when you run the program, while the program is running, and the number 9 is getting divided by 0 here, you see 9 is getting divided by 0 here. A is having 9, B is having 0. So when 9 is getting divided by 0, this statement will throw an object of, okay, arithmetic exception predefined class in Java. Okay. One of the exception classes in Java. For that, an object will be thrown by this line. Who will catch that object? Here, since we are not handling the exception, that object of that arithmetic exception class that is occurring in this line will be diverted to the JVM, which is actually running the program. Once JVM receives that particular object of this arithmetic exception from this line, JVM will immediately stop the program there itself, and remaining lines of code, whatever the lines I highlighted here are the remaining lines of code which are there after this particular exception, that is object of the exception thrown here. This won't be executed because by the time JVM will stop the execution of the code. Once the JVM receives the object of the arithmetic exception, any of the exception class, for example, in this case, arithmetic exception class, the program execution will start. This will happen if you don't handle the exception. You see, start of the program, start of this program, and at the line 11, here we got this exception, that is arithmetic exception, because you are trying to divide a number by 0, which is not possible in Java. What will happen if I handle this exception? For example, if I put this try block here, this code related to this dividing the number by 0, I'll put inside the try block, and here I'll put a catch block. This how only one way in Java to handle an exception is what? By using the try catch block, guys. Okay, by using the try catch block only we can handle the exception in Java. There is only one way in Java to handle the exception. Here I'll write down arithmetic exception T. I'll import this arithmetic exception from, okay, so I just made a mistake, arithmetic exception. The spelling mistake is there, that's okay. So once you don't have to import it from the basic default package of Java, java.lang. If it is from a different package, you would have to import. But here it's not required to import this exception class. It's one of the predefined classes in Java. Here we have the object reference. Now, here I'll write down system.out.println arithmetic exception got handled here, I'll write. So now what happens when I run this code is this time you're using try catch block to handle the exception. The question is also asking what will happen when an exception is handled in Java using handled in Java means definitely you have to use try catch block to handle the exception. So when you run this kind of program where the exception, the possible exception is handled in using the try catch block, what happens is here this particular line 12 still will give you an object of that arithmetic exception predefined class in Java, because in Java we cannot divide a number by 0. Associated exception class will be called. Object of the associated exception class, that is arithmetic exception class in this example, will be thrown, and that object will not reach the JVM now. In this case, since you are surrounding this particular thing with try block, the try block will divert that. Instead of that particular thing, go to the JVM, and JVM will stop the program execution, right? This time, the object of the arithmetic exception, okay, will be thrown to this catch block, and it will be stored into the object reference of this arithmetic exception class. If you give the proper class here inside the catch block, in the object reference, the object thrown for that arithmetic exception class will be stored into this object reference and it will be captured. It will not be going to the JVM. If it goes to JVM, JVM would have stopped the program execution. But in this case, this object is not object of the arithmetic exception class, which is thrown from here is going and storing into this object reference of arithmetic exception class of the catch block. Hence, it will go inside the catch block and here, whatever the things that you have written here will be printed. Arithmetic exception got handled here will be printed. And with this, exception will be handled and remaining statements of the code will be continued with the execution. End of this program will be printed. You see, in the output, will not get that red color kind of exception. You see, start of this program, start of this program. And since the object of this arithmetic exception class has been diverted to the catch block and stored into the object reference of the arithmetic exception class in this example into the catch block, and whatever the statements that you have written in the catch block got executed, the print statements got executed and this got printed. After that, since the exception got handled, the remaining statements in the program got executed and the program execution has been successful. Okay. So with this, you can understand, right, what will happen when an exception is handled in Java. The object thrown from for the exception class for which the exception is occurred will be captured inside the catch block and the exception will be handled. And since the exception is handled, remaining lines of the code in the program will continue the execution instead of stopping there because JVM is not catching the exception. Here in this case, catch block is catching in the program because the catch block is catching, catch block is handling the exception and it is helping us in continuing the next lines of the code in the program even after the exception occurred. Okay. So this is what is the answer you have to give when you get this kind of question in the interview. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to explain one of the Java interview questions. That is, can you explain the purpose of finally block in Java? Let me answer. First of all, finally block in Java is used along with try-catch block. For what purpose try-catch block is used in Java? For handling an exception. So try-catch block is used in Java for handling an exception. At the end of the catch block, we generally write the finally block and there is a purpose for that. So what is the purpose of this finally block? Why we have to use this finally block at the end of the try-catch block? When try-catch block is going to handle the exception, why finally block is required at the end of the catch block? I'm going to answer here. So in the finally block, we'll write the code which will, close a file, okay? Which will perform some tasks like, okay, in the finally block, we generally write the code which will perform some tasks like closing a file. If a particular file is not closed, okay, then it can close a file. If, for example, some database connection is not released, okay, that can be released in the finally block by writing some code. The task like closing a file, releasing a database connection, or any cleanup task, guys, okay? Any cleanup of any resources like closing the objects which do some memory leak if they are not closed, such kind of cleanup things, releasing of the resources, connections, closing the objects, okay, closing file objects, etc., a class objects that have to be closed so that memory leak won't happen. Such kind of cleanup tasks and closing tasks will be performed in the finally block. Why only this kind of things like closing objects of different classes or cleaning up or releasing the resources? Such kind of code, why we have to write only in finally block? Why? Because when an exception, okay, in the try-catch block, when an exception occurs, so we generally write the code inside the try block to close that particular object. Assume that, okay, if you're trying to close after utilizing that code in the try block, if you want to, at the end of the try block, if you want to close some object or clean up some resources, that is not going to happen if an exception occurs way before in the try block, okay? Once an exception occurs in the try block will immediately send the control to the catch block, and because of which this cleaning up task or closing the objects or closing some files or cleaning up some resources won't be happening, guys, okay? Releasing the database connection, etc., which are initiated in the try block won't happen because the control suddenly went from the try block to the catch block. So no matter what, whether the exception comes or whether the exception doesn't come, if you want to clean up these resources, then we have to write or specify finally block, okay? I'll show you practically, you'll understand, guys, what I am talking about. With some example, I'll show you so that you'll understand what is the exact purpose of the finally block, okay? With an example, if you understand, you'll be able to understand whatever I have explained so far in detailed manner. Further, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE and create a new class here. I'll right click here and create a new class here. I'll just name this class with some random name, let's say class 28. With the main method, I'll create class 28 with main method. So here, I'm going to write some code which will result in an exception, and also for handling that exception, we are going to use try catch block also. Okay, int a is equal to, or I'll write something like this, guys. Okay, file is equal to new file. File is equal to new file. Control Shift O, and here provide some file. Let's say some file that doesn't exist in the project. In this particular project, that particular file abc.txt file is there, xyz is there, my last name with the last name on some file is there, but I'll give something like arun.txt file. Okay, this arun.txt file with my name is not there in this project. Okay, but I'm still providing that here. Now I'll write something like file input stream, stream, FIS is equal to new. Some example I'm taking as new file input stream. Okay, file input stream FIS is equal to new file input stream. When you create an object for this file input stream, Control Shift O, it will be automatically imported from java.io package. When you say Control Shift O here, and this file input stream cannot be empty, you have to pass the file. The name of the file have that object reference of the file to which this particular actual file it is referring to, that object reference we have to provide here. Once you provide here, Java is clearly guessing that there is a possibility of file not found exception. What if this particular file is not there? I'm ignoring the words of the Java. Okay, or I'll handle that with try catch block. Okay, what if the exception comes? I would like to handle it. Okay, ignore, either you can ignore or you can handle it. So here I'll write down system.out.print. I'll try to perform some operation FIS dot FIS dot read. Some code I'm writing, guys. Okay, read I'm writing. So don't worry about what code I'm writing here. I'm just simply writing that code. Okay. Or I'll do some other thing here. Otherwise, yeah, what is that? Just give me a second. FIS dot something problem here. Okay, here I'll write again. Sir is going there suddenly. Fine. Okay, let's see. FIS dot something like hash code or whatever. I'll try to do something. FIS dot available, get class, get FD, mark, notify, read all bytes. A lot of things are there here. Okay, so I'll not do anything. I'll just write some code otherwise. Okay, system.out.println. So inside try block, inside try block. Okay, like this, I'll write the code. Right now, here I'll also write FIS dot close. Also, I'll write. Okay, I'll write the FIS dot close. Okay, here I'll say file not found exception, and here I'll write IO exception or whatever the exception. Is it solving the problem? Yes. Okay. Save this. So here I'm, trying to handle the exception. Wherever the exception comes, I'm trying to handle the exception. So file input stream, I'm closing here. I'm trying to clean up the object. Once the task is done, okay, some task I'm writing here, FIS dot read. Read also I'm writing because I have changed the exception type here in the catch block. So int n is equal to, I just like to print out that n system.out.println n inside the try block. And finally, after the task of reading is done, file input stream is for reading, right? So we have performed the reading task from this particular file, which actually doesn't exist at the given path. Arun.txt file is not there in the project. So in such cases, what will happen, guys? In such cases, what will happen? So it will go to the catch block, because you see, I handle the exception using try catch blocks. So file input stream, this particular constructor will give you an exception known as file not found exception, and that file not found exception will be handled here. Okay, since IO exception is a parent of the file not found exception, it can capture it and handle the exception. System.out.println, I'll print the details of the exception that has occurred, which exception has occurred, whether file not found exception has occurred or IO exception has occurred, it will come. But ultimately, what happens in this program is system.out.println. I'll write down something like this. Just observe this, guys, what I'm trying to do. End of this program, I'll write end of this program. And here I'll write start of this program. Okay, system.out.println, start of this program. Start of this program. And this program clearly has a try catch block here, right? So there is some problem with this try catch block, I'll tell you. Even though the try block will give an exception, and that exception given by the try block will be handled by the catch block, still there's a problem here. Okay, the execution will continue. You'll not see any problem here. But when I run the code, I'll tell you at the later point of time what is the problem. Start of this program, exception came, file not found exception came. And because this particular file doesn't exist in the project, and because of which the control came to the catch block, it printed the exception details here. Whatever the exception details, it got printed. And finally, end of this program, because the exception has handled, end of this program got printed. Fine, that's all good. We were able to handle the exception successfully. But what's the problem in this code is, the exception has occurred in this particular line 15, guys, okay? This particular line has thrown which exception? File not found exception it has thrown. Since the first line in the try block already has thrown the file not found exception, the control from this 15th line will come to the catch block directly and it will handle the exception. But here, did you see that FIS.close got executed? You see, this particular object has been created for the file input stream, and because of which an exception has been occurred. Since the exception occurred for this particular thing, is the object of this file input stream has been closed. Since the control came directly from the 15th line to the 19th line, and these 3 lines have not been executed because the control, because of the exception in this 15th line, the first line of the try block, the control directly came to the catch block, and because of which the exception has been captured by the catch block and handled by the catch block, and remaining code got executed. But what about this object reference? What about this object? This memory leak will happen here, guys, okay? FIS.close is not running. So this is a problem. If an exception occurs, the object, this particular object reference is not getting closed. The object is not getting closed because the control is coming directly from the try block to the catch block. If the exception doesn't come, then it will close. If the exception doesn't come, if the proper file name is provided, it will be closed. But if the exception comes, this will not be closed. So I want a solution for this. Whether the exception comes or whether the exception doesn't come, finally, I'll write something known as finally block here. Inside the finally block, I'll try to close that FIS.close. Okay, FIS.close, I'll say. Here error will come because the file input stream is declared inside the try block, so error will come. So here you'll see, simply say null here and remove this double declaration. That is okay. Now what happens in this case, and here you are getting okay, there's a possibility of IO exception or whatever it is saying. You ignore the exception, no problem. Add throws declaration or something you write, that's okay. So for now, you clearly understand, guys, if an exception occurs, file not found exception occurs here, the control will come to the catch block. And because of that, earlier FIS.close was inside the try block, that was not getting executed. Now you have put that FIS.close inside the finally block. Whether the exception comes, okay, if the exception comes, if it go to the catch block, compulsory finally block also need to be executed. After the catch block, finally block need to be executed, and that particular object memory leak is happening, right? That will be closed as a good practice. Okay, so memory cleanup stuff, releasing the resources, releasing the database connections, all this cleanup tasks will be done in the finally block. If an exception comes, and if you put the same thing inside the same try block, that won't be executed and that cleanup task will not be done. If the exception comes also, if you have to clean up that kind of task, you have to write inside the final block. And also if the exception doesn't come also, no problem. If the exception doesn't come after the try block, it will go to the final block. Whether the catch block is getting executed or whether the try block without exception is getting executed, the control will finally come to the finally block where this particular cleanup task will be anyhow done, whether the exception is there or whether the exception is not there. Anyhow, this particular object memory leak will be stopped. Instead of giving a chance for the Java garbage collector mechanism to, close this particular object and all, okay, memory leaking to stop and all, after a later point of time, we can immediately close as a best practice by writing this finally block, which gets executed whether try block gets executed or catch block gets executed. Try block without exception gets executed, still final block will be executed. Okay, try block with exception comes means it go to the catch block. If the catch block is executed also, it will go to the final block and it will close the object and it will stop the memory leak too. It will stop the memory leak happening because the cleanup task is done irrespective of whether the exception comes or whether the exception doesn't come. If you run the code, you'll not see any difference, but the only thing that is happening for better here is start of this program, file not found exception has come. And did we not handle the exception? In which line? Java 23rd line. Okay, here we got the exception, guys. Okay, here we got the exception. That's okay, because we are trying to close something which has not been created. Okay, something like that. Okay, here also surround with try catch block. That's okay. It will be handling. So like that, guys, FIS.close or any other objects that need to be cleaned up will be cleaned up here, irrespective of whether the exception occurs or not. Run the code here. It will not be any problem now. Okay, null pointer exception is coming this time. So here I have to give exception E, then it will be okay. Okay. Now run the code here. Okay, end of this program. Whatever the exceptions come, that doesn't matter, guys. Okay, they will be handled and So irrespective of whether try catch executes or catch block executes, if you want to, okay. For example, here you got an exception here. Other example I'll take is just better example I'll take. FIS.close only I'll give. Okay. So here I'll give a proper file name, or I'll not get any file not found exception. Here I'll give something like abc.txt file, which is there in the project. In this case, here I'll try to say int a is equal to 9 divided by 0. I'll say what will happen here? 9 divided by 0. Here I'll say exception E, I'll say, or arithmetic exception I'll give. So because of this particular line given exception, what will happen here? Here, ignore the exception, guys. Nothing will happen. Ignore the exception. So here you see what's happening because of this particular line throwing an exception. Okay. And what's happening here? Because of this, otherwise here I'll write something like this. Okay. Before this, I'll write, okay, object got created, file input stream object has been created. And since the exception is being thrown here, FIS.close will not happen. Okay. So memory leak is happening, but this line is giving an exception because of the catch block went. Irrespective of that, we have to close that FIS. Okay. So run this code. This is a perfect example. Now I can say run the code. You'll see that start of this program, arithmetic exception came. Because the arithmetic exception came, it went to the catch block and it also closed the FIS, which has been created here. Irrespective of the things, it has closed this particular FIS. Okay, that's what happened. So like this kind of situations will come in real time where you have to clean up the things. Irrespective of an exception comes or not, we have to clean up the things. That's where we have to use finally block, guys. The finally block performs the task like, okay, you will write the code inside the finally block at the end of the try catch block to perform the task like closing a file, closing an object, from stopping the memory leak and releasing a database connection, or releasing or cleaning up any resources like this file input stream release resource we have to release, and all those kind of things can be released with the help of try catch block. This is one of the example, guys, that you can give in the interviews. If you get this kind of question in the interviews, you can answer something like this: why finally block is required? Due to some XYZ reasons, if an exception comes in the exception block and the control go to the catch block, and because of that reason, if a particular object or resource is not cleaned up, okay, because that object was trying to be cleaned in the try block, and but unexpectedly the exception came in the try block. So such kind of situations to handle in advance, what we do is we'll put a final block at the end of try catch block. So whether the exception comes, whether the exception doesn't come, finally block will at any cost it will be executed and it will close the resources. Okay, no matter what, it will close the resources if they are created. Okay, so that's what is the thing, guys. That's what is the thing, and that's what is the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to convert from Fahrenheit temperature to Celsius temperature. Let me answer. In order to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius in temperature, we have to use this formula. That is, Celsius is equal to Fahrenheit minus 32 multiplied by 5 and the result divided by 9. That will give you the Celsius. So let's apply this formula to convert a Fahrenheit to Celsius in the Java programs. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE and create a new class. I'll just name this class with some random name. Let's say class 29, let's say some random name with main method I'll create. Inside the main method, I'm going to collect this Fahrenheit temperature from the user. So I'll use scanner class. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Control Shift O. And here it will be automatically imported from java.util when you say Control Shift O. Here we are collecting an input. So we have write system.in here. And after that, here I'll give some message to the user to enter the temperature. Enter temperature in Fahrenheit. Okay, like this, I'll ask the user to enter the temperature in Fahrenheit. So here I'll say double Fahrenheit is equal to scanner dot next double, I'll say. Okay, this next double will collect the temperature from the user in a Fahrenheit format, that is in double format. And that now what I have to do is, after collecting that, I can close the scanner object. That's first thing that I can do, because as a good practice, we have to close the objects once the task is done. After the input is done, what is the use of the scanner object? Okay, you can close it. Now I need to write the formula to convert this Fahrenheit into Celsius. Okay, so int double Celsius is equal to, you have to write Fahrenheit minus 32, okay, multiplied by 5, and the entire result should be divided by 9. Okay, like this we can write if you want, that's okay. So what happens here is, first it will, for example, if the user has entered some value, that minus 32 will happen. If the user has entered some value like some, let's say 100, okay, 100 minus 32 into 5 divided by 9, okay, 100 minus 32, that will be around, 68 multiplied by 5. After this result, it's around something like, 5 8s are 40, 5 6 300, and 340 around, let's say, divided by 9. Okay, that will be the result. Okay, because it will be first multiplied. After that only, this multiplication operator and division operator are at the same priority level. Whatever that comes in the circular brackets will be done first. So Fahrenheit minus 32, that is, for example, if the user enters 100 as a Fahrenheit, 100 minus 32, the result is 68. 68 will be the result here, because circular brackets will have the highest priority in Java, and multiplied by, the result will be like this, right? Multiplied by 5 divided by 9 here. So first multiplication will be done or division will be done. It will come from left side to the right side, guys. First multiplication will be done. Even though the multiplication and division has the same level of priority, but multiplication will be done. So you don't have to provide any circular brackets to multiply it first and divide next. So anyhow, it comes from left. So 60 into 5 is 5 6 is 30. So 300, 5 8 is 40, 340. 340 divided by 9. Okay, whatever the result that comes, right? When you try to divide a number, how many times you can divide this 340 by 9? That will be the result, guys. Okay, so I'll try to print out this system.out.println. System.out.println. Temperature in Celsius is plus this result you have tried. Okay, temperature in Celsius is Celsius, and before that you will collect the temperature in Fahrenheit, right? Whatever the input that came from the user, I'll write down that before converting that into Celsius. Temperature in Fahrenheit is plus Fahrenheit. Okay, like this I'll write. Now run the code and see what is happening. Run the Java application. They'll ask you to enter the temperature in Fahrenheit. I'll just give something like 100. Let's see what will happen. So 100.0 here, 100 minus and all those stuff. 9 divided by 9. You see what 340 divided by 9. You are getting it as around 37. Okay, almost 10 times, right? 340. You can understand that 37.77 is the Celsius. Okay, temperature in Celsius. This is a program, guys, that we have to write in Java to get this kind of question in the interviews, like write a Java program to convert from Fahrenheit to Celsius. You can collect the input from the in temperature in Fahrenheit from the user using scanner class scanner next.int, next int or next double, whatever it is, and minus that Fahrenheit with 32 and multiply that with 5, and the result you divide by 9 will get the Celsius. You can print it out. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to swap two numbers. Let me answer this practical demonstration. So here is a solution for swapping two numbers in a Java program. For swapping two numbers in Java program, we have to create three variables, and in one of the variable you assign one value in another variable, you assign another value, and you want to swap the values of these two variables. For example, I assigned 5 to A and 4 to B. Now, after swapping into the variable B, this 5 should come. Into the variable A, 4 should come. For that to happen, I have to create one more variable, and this variable should not be assigned with anything. And to that particular variable, I have to first assign the value of A. Once the value of A goes to this non-assigned variable, then to the variable A, we have to assign the value of B, and this value of B will go to variable A. And again, at the end, you have to say variable B is equal to C. The value that is there in the C initially, the C has a value of A that will go into B. By this logic, the swapping will happen in Java programs. So let me practically demonstrate in more better way so that you can get the answer for this question in a detailed manner. For that, I'll open this Eclipse IDE. So after switching to this Eclipse IDE, here under this package, I'll create one sample class with some random name. I'll just name this class as class 1. I'll auto-generate the code for the main method for now. So inside the class, a main method will be created automatically by Eclipse IDE. And if this question is asked in the interviews, you have to write the entire code by yourself, because you will not have Eclipse IDE when you are answering the question. Public class name, public static void main string of aux. Here we have to write the logic for swapping two numbers. So what are the two numbers that you want to swap? For first number, let's say 5, I'll assign to the variable A. And second number, 4, I'll assign to the variable B. Both are of the same integer data type. So have created this two variables here. Even the variable C that I want to use as a temporary variable for swapping the values of these two variables, that is 4 need to be assigned to A and 5 need to get assigned to B. Okay, 5 need to get assigned to B. To get that happen, I have to first write this logic like this. C is equal to A. What will happen? What is the current value of A here? 5. 5 will go into C. C will hold what? C will be holding 5. C will be 5. Then after that, I will say A is equal to B. Then whatever the value of A is there, that is 5, that will be replaced with the value of B. So now A will be pointing to the value 4. So A will become 4. After this, A will become 4. And finally, I would say B is equal to C. The current value of C is 5. This 5, I'm assigning to the variable B. The old value of 4 will be replaced with the value 5, will be updated with the value 5. That's the reason here B will become 5. Now, so before swapping the values of A and B, if I print the value of A and B, like this, system.out.println, value of A before swapping is plus A. Then value of B before swapping is plus B. And here I'll say system.out.println. I'll just give a small line so that we can see the difference in a clear manner in the output. So system.out.println, value of A after swapping is plus A. Okay, it's plus A. Just give me a second. After swapping, what is the value of A? I'm printing here. Here I've put double quotes. Yeah, system.out.println, value of B after swapping colon plus B. Okay, like this I'll write. Now run the code, right click, run as Java application, and see what will happen. See, the value of A before swapping is 5, and the value of B before swapping is 4. After swapping, value of A is 4. After swapping, value of B is 5. Swapping happened 5, 4, 4, 5, right? In A, we have 4, or you can also do something like A is equal to B is equal to. Okay, you can write like this. It will be very easy for us to understand now what the value of variables is holding before and after swapping. Let's understand like this. Run the code. Say A is equal to 5, B is equal to 4 before swapping. After swapping, A is equal to 4 and B is equal to 5. Okay. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration of the Java program that we have to write for swapping two numbers. Whatever the two numbers, okay, we have to swap them. So for that, we have to write this logic. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to swap two numbers without using third variable in the program. Let me answer. It is very easy to swap the values of two variables by using a third variable. But in this question, we have to swap the values of the two variables without using any third variable. We have to declare only two variables and assign the values to the two variables, and we have to be able to swap the value of those two variables without using any help or taking any help from third variable. Okay. If you ask someone to swap two variables, they will definitely create a third variable and try to write the Java program using which we can swap the values of the first two variables, okay, with the help of the third variable. But here in this program, we should not be able to, we should not create a third variable. Without that only, we should achieve the swapping of two numbers. How that is possible? For that, we have to write this kind of logic, guys. We'll be creating two variables, assigning some values, and then we'll be writing these three statements: A is equal to A plus B, B is equal to A minus B, A is equal to A minus B. These three statements, if you write after these three statements, the value of A will become 4, the value of B will become 5. The values will get swapped in between these variables by writing these three statements. Here, I'm not using any third variable to swap the values of these variables. Okay, let me practically demonstrate so that you will be able to understand the answer for this sample Java program in a better way. Okay, so for that, I'll switch to this Eclipse ID and create a new class. I'll just name this class as class 2, and with the main method I'll create. Once I create this main method, here I'm going to create only two variables, int A is equal to 5, comma B is equal to 4. I'm not going to create another variable, say C or something, T or C. I'm not going to create any other variable. Okay, now how can I swap the values? Before swapping, the value of A is what? System.out.println, system.out.println. Before swapping, okay, A is equal to, before swapping, A is equal to how much? Plus A. And B is how much? System.out.println. Before swapping, the value of B, variable B is equal to this plus B, I'll write. Okay, plus B. This is good. Now, I'll write one statement to separate the before swapping output and after swapping the values of the A and B, how they are. I would like to separate this with a line. Okay, now I would like to write the logic for swapping the value of these two variables without taking the help of a third variable. For that to happen, I have to write down here A is equal to, first of all, I have to write A is equal to A plus B. What will happen when I say A is equal to A plus B? Current value of A is 5. The current value of B is 4. 5 plus 4 will become how much? 9. The value of A will be updated with 9. Now A is 9, guys, okay? Now A is no more 5. A has become 9 now, okay, by this statement. Now in the next statement, I'll write B is equal to A minus B. What will happen here? The current value of A is 9. 9 minus the current value of B is still 4 only. 4. The result is what? 9 minus 4 is what? 5. 5 will be, that is B will become 5, guys, okay? B will become 5. The value that will be stored as a result of this A minus B, that result will be stored into B. B will become 5. Earlier value of B was 4. Now the current value of B is 5. Already 5 came into B. Now one more last statement to make this swapping possible. That is, I have to write down A is equal to A minus B. Okay, A is equal to A minus B. The current value of A is what? 9. The current value of B is what? 5. As you can see here, current value of B is what? 5. 9 minus 5, the result will become 4. The result will become 4. Current value of A will become 4. Okay, so the current value of B is 5. Current value of A is 4. Earlier, before swapping, A was 5, B was 4. Now after this operations, B became 5, A became 4. The values got swapped. Okay, now if I write this code now, system.out.println, system.out.println, after swapping, A is equal to plus A I'll print out. And after swapping, just these 3 lines you have to write. A is equal to A plus B, B is equal to A minus B, A is equal to A minus B. If you write that, without using a third variable, we can swap the values of 2 variables without the help of a third variable. Just plus B and run the code here. You see, before swapping, the value of A will be 5 and value of B will be 4. After swapping, A will become 4, B will become 5, A will become 4, and B will become 5. So this is the logic we have to write in Java for swapping the two numbers without using swapping the values of two numbers without using any third variable. So, okay, guys, you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to find the largest number. Let me answer. In order to find the largest number by using a Java program, I have to demonstrate the answer for this question in a practical way. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE and create a new class. And I'll give some random name, let's say class 3. I'll create a main method inside the class. And inside the main method, I'm going to write the code for finding the largest number. First of all, to find the largest numbers from the given number, I would like to collect these numbers from the user itself. Okay, while running the program, I would like to collect those numbers from which I need to find the largest number from the user itself. For that, I have to write the logic like this. I have to create an object for the scanner class. Scanner is equal to new scanner, Control Shift O, and this scanner will be automatically imported in Eclipse IDE when you press Control Shift O. Here, I'll say system.in. Okay, system.in. After that, system.out.println, system.out.println, enter the number of numbers. Okay, enter the number of numbers you want to enter, or enter the number of numbers is fine. Okay, then how many numbers you want to enter as an input? We are asking the user. So I'll say int n is equal to scanner dot next int. So here next int method will collect the number of numbers that the user want to enter, and in that number of numbers, okay, in the given numbers, we'll find the largest one. Okay, after this, I'll write the logic like this. For int I is equal to 1, first number, to I less than or equal to n, I plus plus. Okay, the user gives the number of numbers as 5. So this for loop will iterate 5 times, and every time it will collect the numbers from the user, 5 numbers from the user. Okay, so here I'll write one more print statement. Enter plus n numbers. So if the user said 5 numbers, means we will ask the user to enter 5 numbers. Whatever the numbers that the user want to enter, we'll ask that user. How we'll capture that? We'll use this for loop. I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to n. If it is n is 5, means 1 to 5 numbers. Okay, for 5 times the for loop will iterate, and here every time it iterates, I'll collect the number from the user. Scanner dot next int like this, I'll collect. So I'll say int number is equal to, okay, whatever the number. And before this for loop, I'll write a logic. I'll create a variable. I'll say int largest. Okay, int largest number, or largest number is equal to, here I'll write a integer wrapper class dot min value. I'll give the minimum value as minimum value as possible here. And now I'll compare this largest number with this number. And if this particular number is largest than the minimum value, okay, then I'm going to assign this number to the largest number. Okay, here I'll write the logic. If this particular number that is entered by the user is greater than the largest number so far, largest number is the minimum value I gave here. It will get the minimum value in Java. It will get, and that minimum value will be first time minimum value, that is then the largest number will be compared with the number given by the user. If that particular number is greater than the largest number, then I'll simply say largest number is equal to number. Okay, I'll assign this particular number which is larger than this particular initial number into this largest number, and this loop will iterate until all iterations. And finally, at the end of the loop, whatever the number that stays in this largest number will be the largest number of the given numbers of by the user. Okay, this is the logic, guys. Okay, this is the logic. Here I'll write down largest number entered by user is plus this largest number. I'll print it out. Okay, this largest number. And here one warning message is coming to close this scanner class object. So I'll just write down scanner.close. That's it. That's it, guys. Okay. The program is done. So when you run the program, you'll understand that how it is working. Okay. Right click, run as Java application. Enter the number of numbers. How many numbers you want to enter? Let's say I would like to enter 5 numbers. Now enter the 5 numbers. It's saying enter 5 numbers. It's saying I'll give the numbers. Let's say 9. I'll give some number. Let's say 15, 3. I'll give some number. Let's say 8. Okay, the last number, guys, last number I have to give. So I'll give this number as 25 or 26, otherwise 26. These are the 5 numbers I am entering, guys. In this 9, 15, 3, 8, 26, which is the largest number? 26. Largest number entered by the user is 26 is getting printed with the help of this logic. Here, when I am comparing the number given by the user with the largest number variable, initially we have assigned a minimum value to this largest number. And if the user enters a particular number that becomes greater than, which is greater than the largest number, we'll assign that number to the largest number. And finally, after all the iterations are done, after checking each and every number entered by the user with that largest possible number, okay, number and largest number, okay, finally, this logic will result in holding the largest number out of all the numbers that got entered by the user. Out of all these numbers entered by the user, the largest number got printed, okay. We can run it again, guys. Okay. We can run with different examples to see whether this is working. Again, I'll say, 7 numbers this time. I'll give the numbers as, let's say 25, 12, 9, 16, 33, 11, 4. I think 7 numbers completed, na? Press enter. Largest number entered by the user is 33. Somewhere here, 33 is the largest. Out of all these numbers, we can clearly state that 33 is the largest. This program is working perfectly fine. So if you want to get the code for this particular thing, guys, okay, I'll share the code details, okay, in the description of this particular video. You can check there, okay. I'll give you the code video, okay, code related stuff, or you can take a screenshot of this in the session itself, okay, and you can try it on your machine. It's not that much big code where I have to share it. I'll try to share. If not, you can take a screenshot of this and try it on your machine. But it's a very simple program to find out the largest number, okay, in Java programs. So hope, guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to add 2 numbers. When you get this kind of simple questions in the interviews, okay, don't write the code just for adding 2 numbers. Rather, use some classes like scanner class to collect these 2 numbers as input from the user itself. Okay, and then try to add the numbers entered by the user and display the addition or sum of these 2 numbers as the output. Okay, so don't directly say int a is equal to, we don't give the numbers. Okay, these very simple programs that if you get in the interviews, try to make that at least a bit next level by adding some scanner class and collecting the input from the user using the object reference of the scanner class. So how to do that, I'm going to demonstrate in this session in a practical way. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE. Here, I'm going to create a new class. Under this project, I'm going to create a new class. Here, I'll just name this class with some random name. Let's say class 4. I'll say class 4, some random name. And here with main method, I'll create. So the simple program, this is a very simple program, guys, but I'll show you first how the simple program can be written to perform the addition of 2 numbers. Int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 4, comma sum. Sum is equal to a plus b. Now system.out.println. You can write something like this, okay? Sum of a, that is what is the value of a, plus this a, and b, what is the value of b, this particular b variable. plus b is colon, just give the sum, the result of this sum, you just give that, okay? You can write the code like this, guys. It's very simple program, guys. There is nothing. You're trying to perform the operation of this addition operation on this value stored in this variables a and b, and you'll get the result into the sum that is declared as in type here. And you can print out like this. The sum of a and b is sum will be printed. Okay, run this code and see that whether you are getting the output. 9 should be printed. The sum of 5 and 4 is 9 should be printed. The sum of 5 and 4 is sum of a 5 and b 4 is 9. Okay, like that. But this makes this particular program very simple. So what I will do here is, so here I'll write int a, comma int b, comma int sum. Okay, like this I'll write. And this int sum you can write here itself. I don't have to make a separate line here. Int sum you can write it here. Here I'll just use the scanner class to collect the input from the user. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Like this, you create an object for the scanner class. Control Shift O, and here system.in you write. When I press Control Shift O, automatically this class will be imported from the appropriate library in Java. Okay, and now I'll give a print statement for the user. Enter a number into variable A. Okay, like this. I'll write. Here I'll write scanner dot next int. Like this I'll write. And here I'll take this line here. And here I'll say int A is equal to scanner dot next int. After that, I'll write system dot out dot println. Enter a number into variable B. Here I'll say int B is equal to scanner dot next int. I'll say, okay, done. So after that, this operation will be performed, and once the input is done at the end of the program or wherever you want, you can close the scanner object. As a good practice, the warning messages need to be closed. Scanner dot close. Okay, scanner dot close. This will close the memory leak that is happening with this object. Okay. Now run the code and see what is happening. When I run the code, the user, while running the program, will be asked to enter a number for the variable A. I'll enter the number as 9. Enter a number into the variable B. I'll enter the number as 65. Press enter. The sum of 9 and 65 is 74. You see, we got the result. So this is how we need to write the logic, guys. When you get this kind of simple programs, don't write them in a simple way. Try to do this. Okay, try to write this scanner. Try to use a scanner class and collect the inputs, the two numbers. Try to collect them from the users and store them into the variables and perform the operation of a plus b and then print them out. Because these are very simple programs, you should not make them simple while writing. Make them complex so that the interviewer will understand that you know more than whatever that is being asked. Okay. So with practical demonstration, I've answered this question for you. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to demonstrate if-else statement. Let me answer with practical demonstration. So first of all, writing a program, that is Java program, for demonstrating if-else statement is very easy. I'll show you that. But whenever you get this kind of question in the interviews, you should not be writing this code in a simple and straightforward way. Rather, you have to write in a better way where you collect the input from the user and do something out of that. Okay. So I'll explain both the ways. The simple way where you can write the program, and the actual way in the interviews you have to write to impress the interviewer for this kind of simple questions. For that, I'll switch to this Eclipse IDE and create a new class here. I'll just create a new class. I'll just name this class as some random name like class 5. First, I'll show you how to write the if-else demonstration program in the simplest way possible. So that is, I'll say int a is equal to 5, comma b is equal to 4. Right? The question here is, write a Java program to demonstrate if-else statement. Here I'll write if a is greater than b, then print it out system.out.println a is greater than b. Like this you write. In the else block, you write down system.out.println, okay, b is greater than a. This is the simplest way you can write the program. Okay. But if you write this way, it won't make much effect in the interviews. It's okay. Still you have answered the question. That's okay. Because they are trying to check you whether you have the Java knowledge or not. Whether you can write the syntax of Java for if-else statement or not, they're checking. That's good. The program will work. A is greater than B will be printed. That's all good. But what if I want to make this particular program dynamic by collecting the values of A and B from the user. From the user, I would like to get the values. For that, I'll use scanner. Okay, I would like to take this input from the user. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Scanner is equal to new scanner, Control Shift O. And here I'll write down system.in. Then scanner dot next int. I'll say here before next int, I'll write down system.out.println. Enter first number. Enter first number, I'll say. So that first number I'll store into the A like this. And I'll write down system.out.println. Enter second number. Enter second number. Enter second number into A, I'll say. Enter first number into A, I'll say. Into A. The variable A into variable A into variable A. Enter second number into variable B, I'll say. Okay. The user will enter two numbers, guys, into one of the number into the variable A, another number into the variable B. Here into the variable B also, I'll collect the input from the user like this. Next int kind of things. Now this line, I'll remove that. Okay. So this looks very good. If I have to answer the question in the interview, I'll definitely use a scanner class to collect the variables of A and B from the user. And inside, if I have to provide a condition, that can be any type of condition. Here, A greater than B also will result in either true or false. Such kind of conditions we have to provide, guys. And at the end, you can write scanner.close. Scanner.close. Okay. Now run this code. This kind of programs you have to write in the interviews, guys. You should not be writing very basic kind of programs. Enter first number into the variable A. Let's say I'll give the value of 5 and enter second number into the variable B. If I give 8, B is greater than A, it will print because the value that is stored in the B is greater than 5. So B is greater than A will be printed. Else block will be executed. What if I run the same code and this time if I write 9, 3, A is greater than B will be printed. Okay, the value of 9. The value of that is stored in the variable A is greater than value stored in the variable B, that is 3, 9 greater than 3. So A is greater than B will be printed. Okay, depending on the type of the input the user is giving, either A is greater than B will be printed or B is greater than A will be printed. So this is one of the program that you can write and demonstrate when the interviewer asks you in the interviews, write a Java program to demonstrate if-else statement. So with practical demonstration, hope that you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to demonstrate if, else selection statements. Let me answer. If, else is one of the statements under selection statements category of control flow statements in Java. So let me practically demonstrate how to use this if else statements in Java program. Okay. Further, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE and create a new class. I'll just name this class with some random name. Let's say class 6 with the main method. Here, I'll write some code, guys, for demonstrating the if else selection statement in Java, which comes under the control flow statements of Java. Okay. So fine. I'll write something like this. Int A is equal to 9, B is equal to 8, T is equal to 6, D is equal to 3, E is equal to 1. Like that, I created some 5 variables, guys. Okay. And here I need to write if, first of all, if condition. In if else selection statements, we can have more than one condition. Okay. More than one condition. Here only one condition is there for now. After I write the entire section of the if else selection statement, you'll have multiple conditions. Here I'll write A less than B. Then I'll print the code system.out.println. A is less than B, I'll say. Else if You see, otherwise, else. Generally, if else selection statements will end like this. Only one condition will be there, one else block will be there. Now it's not like this. Here after else, another if condition will come. If not this condition is satisfied, check another condition, else check this condition. Here, B less than C, I will say. B less than C. System.out.println. B is less than C, I will say. Okay. Again, else, one more condition I want to check. Another if condition I'll write here. You see, if condition is multiple times in this, if else selection statement. Here I'll say C less than D. Then I'll print out system.out.println, system.out.println. C is less than D. Okay. Now, else if D is less than E. One more condition. How many conditions? You can write any number of conditions. There is no limit, guys. It can be more than one conditions. If there are more than one condition, then you generally go with the if selection statements. Here, one of the condition, right? Else I have to write here. Else if D is less than E, then D is less than E, I'll say. D is less than E. And finally, if all these conditions, okay, if all these conditions are not satisfied, I'll finally go to the else block and print out E is the least of all. Okay, E is the least of all other variables. E is the list of the values stored in all other variables. I'll write down. Now, if I run this code, what will be the output printed, guys? First of all, it will check A is less than B, 9 is less than 8 is false. So this if block will be skipped and the control will go to the else block. In another condition is there in the else block. If B is less than C, 8 less than 6, again false. This another if block will be skipped and will go to the another else block, and this condition will be verified. C less than D, 6 less than 3, again false. This block also will be skipped and here it will go to the another if block. D less than E, 3 less than 1, again false. This block also will be skipped and finally the left out block. E is the list of all the other variables will be printed. That's correct only, right? One is less than any other variable values. So E is the list of all other variables. This kind of program you can write in the interviews if you get that kind of question asking you to demonstrate a program or demonstrate by writing a Java program for if else selection statements. Okay. And what if I change few things like this? For example, if I change something like here, I'll make this as 18. Then instead of B becoming 8, I made it 18. So in that case, if A is less than B, 9 less than 18, true, right? The if block will be executed, remaining all blocks will be skipped. So A is less than B will be printed, guys. At a time, only one block will be executed in this based on the values that are given to the variables. I'm just trying to change all the values. A is less than B got printed. Now, yeah, what if I change it back to 8? And if I give something like 16 here, then what will happen? First of all, A less than B, 9 less than 8 is false. The first if condition block will be skipped because the condition has resulted in false. Next, it will go and check the next condition in the else block. If B less than C, yes, 8 is less than 16. This condition is satisfied now. So it will only execute this block. Remaining all blocks will be skipped. B is less than C will be printed and that will be the output, guys. Okay, B is less than C will be printed in the output. But if I remove this one also and make this one 13, what will happen? A less than B, 9 less than 8, false. This block will be skipped. Here B less than C, 8 less than 6, false. This block will be skipped. C less than D, 6 less than 13, true. So C is less than D will be printed, remaining other blocks will be skipped. Only one block at a time will be executed in this process. Okay, in this process, only one will be executed. C is less than D. Okay, now, yeah. And finally, I'll make E as 11. Then what will happen? If I make E as 11, then what will happen? A less than B, 9 less than 8, false. So this block will be skipped. B less than C, 8 less than 6, false. This block will be skipped. C less than D, 6 less than 3, again false. This block will be skipped. D less than E, 3 is less than 11 is true. So D is less than E will be printed. Okay, D is less than E will be printed. Only one block, remaining block will be skipped. Remaining else block will be skipped. Okay. So this is how we have to write the code, guys. This is how we have to change the values and can understand the Java program related to if else selection statement. In if else selection statement, we'll have more than one conditions. Okay. If we have multiple conditions, then generally we go with the if else selection statements. Okay. So with practical demonstration, I've answered this question for you. That is how to write a Java program to demonstrate if else statement, which is nothing but a selection statement. Okay. So under in Java, we have control flow statements. Three categories are there in the control flow statements, that is selection statements, then iterative statements and transfer statements. Under the first category, that is selection statements, we have different type of selection statements like if else, if else, switch case, like this. We have different categories. In that, if else is one of the item under selection statement category of control flow statements in Java. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to demonstrate nested if-else statements. Let me answer this question with practical demonstration. The answer for this question, that is nothing but writing a Java program to demonstrate nested if-else statement, can be written in a simplest way. Okay. And it will be very easy if you write in a simplest way, but we should not go with the easiest solution. We have to try our level best in making that look more, professional in writing. Okay. So that's what I'm going to give the answer with this practical demonstration here. First, I'll show you the simplest way. After that, I'll convert the program into the as professional or as better way as possible, so that the interviewer will get impressed by looking at your program. Okay. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE. Here, I'm going to create a new class. I'll just name this class as some random class name, like let's say class 7. With main method, I'll create. Inside this, I'm going to write the Java code for nested if. What is nested if? First of all, what exactly is this nested if-else statements? Inside one if-else statements, if you write another if-else statement, that is called as nested if-else statement, guys. Okay, so already there is the if-else statement inside one of the if block or else block. Again, you are writing if-else statement, that is called as if-else statement. Okay, so I'll write and show you one program. Okay, I'll say int age is equal to, int age is equal to 25. I'll give some age like 25. Now I'll write the code like this. That is, if age is greater than or equal to 18, if the age is greater than, 18 or greater than 18, if the age is greater than or equal to 18, I'll write down system.out.println. Okay, system.out.println. Otherwise, I'll not write down something here. I'll write else block here. And write down if age is greater than or equal to 18, I'll write the else block saying if age is not greater than or equal to 18, if age is less than 18, I'll simply say system.out.println. Okay, you are not eligible for either driving license, applying for some driving license, or you're not eligible for applying for voter ID. Okay, you are not eligible for voter ID card. Okay, so in India, if you have to vote, right, we have to have the minimum age as 18 or above should be there. Then you can apply for voter ID card and then you can do voting. Okay, but what your age is not, if age is less than 18, then it will go to the else block. Now there's one more thing. Here I'll write boolean status. Status is equal to, card status is equal to true, I'll say. If I give that true, I'll give the card status as true. In that case, what I'll do is I'll write the if block here and write card status. If the card status is true, means already the person is holding. Okay, inside the if block, if the person's age is greater than or equal to 18, then I'm checking whether the person has the card or not. If the person already has this voter ID card, If that particular card status is true, means the person is already having the voter ID card. In that case, what I'll write is system.out.println. You already have voter ID card. Okay. No need to apply again. No need to apply again. Okay. You already have this voter ID card. You no need to voter ID card. No need to apply again. That's what I will write. And else block I'll write. I'll write else block. I'll write else. I'll write down like this. You are eligible. Okay. You are eligible to apply for a voter ID card. Like this, I'll print it out. Like this, I'll write the code, guys. So here already if block is there and else block is there. In either if block or else block, you can again write if else. This is a nested if else statement inside the if else statement. Okay. In one of the block of the if else statement, you can nest down the if else statement. This is child if else statement. Okay. So what happens here, guys? What happens in this case? So these things I am manually giving for now. But to write in the easiest way, this is the thing, guys. Okay, I'm manually giving the data for this age. I'm entering manually, and I'm giving the status whether the user already has the card or not. I'm entering manually. But to write the program in a more professional and more better way in the interviews, I'll explain that later. First, we'll go with this process. In this case, if I give 25, 25 is greater than or equal to 18 is true. We'll go inside the if block, and this condition, if card status again true is there. So you already have voter ID card, no need to apply again will come. Remaining all the things will not be executed. Only this if block inside another if block will be executed. You already have a voter ID card, you no need to apply again will come. What if I give something like age is like 17 or 16? If I give means 16 is not greater than or equal to 18, it will go to the else block and you are not eligible for voter ID card will be printed. Right click run as an Java application. You are not eligible for the voter ID card will come. What if I say, what if I give the value like 25 again, but here card status is false if I give. The person doesn't have the card even though the age is 25 also, the card is not available. In that case, what will happen? First, it will verify this one, age 25 greater than or equal to 18 is satisfied. It will go inside this if block, inside that if else is there, card status is false. To go to the else block and you are eligible to apply for a voter ID card will be printed. Okay. So like that, all the different variety stuff will be done, guys. Okay. So here I don't want to get this input from the, I don't want to give this input manually. That is, I don't want to specify 25 and change the values like this. I would like to collect this input from the user. For that, I can implement scanner class. Okay. So I'll just reduce the space so that you can see the code properly in the given window. I'll just reduce the space. Now you understood the logic, right? I can reduce the space a bit. Why to unnecessarily waste so much of space here? And here I'll write down something like this. Okay. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Scanner is equal to new scanner. Control Shift O, automatically scanner will be imported from java.util package. Then here I'll write system.in. Now I'll give a statement to the user. I'll while I run the program, the user will get this print statement. By looking at the statement, user will try to enter the age. Enter your age. Enter your age. Like this, I'll ask the user, and now here I'll say int age is equal to scanner dot next int. I'll say scanner dot next int. I'll say. So we'll collect the input from the user, guys. Okay. So I don't have to give it manually now. And one more print statement, I'll ask the user in the output like, do you already have the voter ID card? Okay, here user may enter either yes or no. Let's assume that. I'll make this program intentionally complicated, guys. Intentionally complicated. Do you have the voter ID? Yes or no? Okay, like that I'll ask the user. So here the return I mean status, I'll say status is equal to, okay. I'll get some yes or no here, but I'll receive the scanner dot next line or next is also fine. Next is also fine, guys. Okay, because either yes or no word is a single word, we can use next. It will expect the user to enter some string value. If the yes comes, or you can also make it simple by writing true or false here. But if you want to make this program look bit complicated in the interviews, instead of taking the user, generally user is prone to give yes or no right from the input. It's better to take yes or no instead of true or false. So here I'll write down if, okay, here I'll write down the code like this. If status dot equals yes means yes means, if status is yes means, then what I'll write here, I'll create a boolean thing, card status, boolean card status. I'll set it to false for the first time, and after that, if the status dot equals yes means, I'll write card status is equal to true. I'll change the card status to true. Else I'll write down card status is equal to false. Okay, like this. If status dot equals yes, else if I'll write another condition, if status dot equals false, I mean no. If the status dot equals no, the text is equal to no, whatever the user has entered is no. In that case, card status is equal to false, and accordingly, this nested if else logic will work out. And here finally, I'll write down at the end of this if else thing and all at the end of the main method, I'll simply write down scanner dot close. I have to close the scanner object to stop the memory leak happening. As if you don't write this, you will get a warning message here, guys. You see, you'll get a warning message. I'm not getting warning message somehow. Save this. Anywhere I closed it? No. Okay, I don't know why it's not coming, but generally, if you will get a warning message here for scanner, it's better to close the scanner no matter what after the task is done. Scanner dot close. Okay, then write the code, run the code. So save it first of all. Any error is there? Yes, looks like some error is there. Here, put a semicolon. Now remove this scanner dot close and see whether warning message is coming or not. Yeah, now you are getting one because of that error, right? It's not coming. You see, resource leaked. Scanner is never closed will come. It's better whenever you are writing in the interviews, right? Better to close the scanner as a best practice. They may see that smaller things also. Okay. So like this, I would like to make the program look more better and more organized and more professional and more better way of writing, so that the one who is asking the question will understand that, okay, even though I asked a very simple question, this guy has written the code in a better way, better professional way in things. So he or she will think, in the interviewer will think, run the code, enter your age. I'll enter my age as 25. Do you already have the voter ID card? I'll say yes. You already have voter ID card, no need. It's converting the yes to true, and then accordingly nested if else statements are getting executed. I'll run it again to see all the cases. Next case, I will give it as like 16 age. Do you have the voter ID card? No, I'll say you are not eligible for voter ID card. Okay, you are not eligible for voter ID card. Okay, like this it will come. Now run it again. You can make this program even more better. When the age is, when the age is, you don't have to ask, because there is a wrong question, right? In one of the case, if the age is less than 18, why to ask the user about do you have the voter ID card? That's not a good thing. So this code you can take inside this if statement. Okay, this code you can take it inside better, because if the age is less than 18 only, if the age is less than 18, you should not be asking. You are not eligible for the voter ID card should be printed. If the age is greater than or equal to 18, then only you have to ask all this stuff. Okay, run the code. Then 16 I'll give. You are not eligible for voter ID card. Directly it will come. It will not ask your age. When the age is less than 18, what is the use of asking? So like that, you can modify the program a bit. Now, if my age is greater than 18, if my age is greater than 18 and if I don't have the voter ID card, you are eligible to apply for the voter ID card will come. Then only it will ask whether you have a voter ID card. Otherwise, it will not. If my age is greater than 18 and if I say yes, I already have, means you already have the voter ID card, no need to apply, it will come. But if I give the age less than 18, it will not ask for your. If I give some 14 or something, it will not ask you whether you have a voter ID card or not. You are not eligible for voter ID card will be automatically printed. It's not a good idea to ask that. Okay. So whenever you are writing the code, logically you write. So this kind of stuff is very important, guys. Okay. So we are collecting the input from the user, and because of that collection, right, the program is looking good now, right? So this is how we have to take the things, guys, and write the code. When you get this kind of simple question in the interviews, you have to write the code in this way. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to find out whether the given number is an odd number or even number. Let me answer this question with practical demonstration. For that, I'll switch to Eclipse IDE, and here I'll create a new class with some random name. Let's say class 8. Okay, give any random name, that's okay. With main method you create. Once the main method is created, inside the main method, I'm going to write the code for finding out whether the given number is an even number or odd number. I simply write int number is equal to, I'll give a random number, let's say 56, okay, which is an even number, we can clearly see, but I want the program to find out whether this given number is an even number or odd number. For that, I have to write the logic like this: if condition, and here in this condition, I'll try to divide a number by 2, and if I am getting the remainder as 0, then I can say that this particular number is an even number. How to get the remainder after dividing a number by 2? For that, we should not be using the division operator. We have to use modulus operator and say 2. When you divide this number by 2, what is the remainder coming? Directly this modulus operator will give. If that is equal to 0, if double equal to 0, in that case, this given number is an even number. If the remainder is, this result of this number percentile 2 is nothing but after dividing this number by 2, what is the remainder coming? That is the result. If that remainder is equal to 0 means definitely we can say given number is an even number, is an even number. I can print it out. Okay. Else, if I'm not getting the remainder result of this expression, I'm not getting the remainder as 0. Instead of that 1 or something I'm getting, which is not equal to 0, I'll print it will go to the else block. The condition will become false and will go to the else block. And here I'll write given number is an odd number. I'll print it out. Given number is an odd number. Okay. That's it, guys. Run this program. It's very simple, right? I'll improvise this program a bit, but for now, let it be like this. Given number is an even number. Manually, I'll go here and give something like 13. So in this case, given number is an odd number should come. Given number is an odd number should be printed. Whenever I give even numbers, it's printing. Given number is an even number. Whenever I change the value of this number to odd number, it's printing given number is an odd number. Instead of manually changing the number here, I'll make this program a little bit better by collecting this number from the user while running the program. Scanner is equal to new scanner. When you get this kind of simple questions in the interviews, don't simply write the code like this. Use a scanner class and make it even more better, guys. Control Shift O, press the Control Shift O. The scanner class will be automatically imported from java.util package and the error will be gone. Here inside the constructor, you have to type system.in, but collecting the input. And after that, instead of scanner dot, I'll write a print statement so that it will be helping the user like what the user has to enter system.out.println. And here I'll write enter any number. Okay. Enter any number, I'll say. That number I'll capture here, guys. Int number is equal to, instead of manually giving the number here, I'll say int number is equal to scanner dot next int. I'll collect an integer number from the user from the output. After the logic is done, finally you say scanner dot close. Otherwise, warning is coming. You see here, warning message is coming. Resource memory leak will happen if the scanner is never closed. So better close it. Okay. As part of the best practice, you have to close it. Otherwise, warning will come. But still, we'll be able to run the program. But it's better to close so that no warnings are there. Right click run as Java application. This time it will ask the user to enter a number. So if I give the number as 44, given number is an even number. If I right click run as Java application, if I give a number like this time 33, given number is an odd number. It's working fine, guys. Okay, you can try this any number of times. It will work fine. So hope guys, you got the answer for this question with practical demonstration in this session. That is how to write a Java program to find out whether the given number is an odd number or even number or even number or odd number. So this is how we have to write the code as shown in the session. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer one of the Java interview questions. That is, write a Java program to compare two strings. Let me answer this question with practical demonstration. I'll first switch to this Eclipse IDE. And after that, I'll go to one of the project and under the project, I'll create a new file where I can write the program or the Java code, for comparing two strings. I'll right click here, click on new and say class. And I'll just give the name of the class with some random name. I'll give a random class name here. Let's say class 9. Select this main method. And the class code and main method code will be auto-generated in Eclipse IDE here. But the main focus is on the program where we have to compare two strings. Let's wait for the program to be created. Yeah. Now here, create two strings. String str1 is equal to, I'll give something like Arun here. And I'll say string str2 is equal to, I'll give Arun, again Arun. Okay. The two strings are equal actually. The value that is assigned to the strings are same. So how to compare two strings? How to write the logic like this. If str1 dot equals, you have to use the equals method, guys. You should not say double equal symbol, we should not use. If you use double equals, right? If you use double equals, it will compare. If you use double equals, it will compare the address of the strings. But if you use equals method, it will, if you use equals method, it will compare the value of the strings. Okay. So now str1 dot equals str2. Here, if they are equal, if the result is true, if the equals method will return true, then I'll say strings are equal. Strings are equal. Else I'll write down system.out.println. Strings are not equal. Okay. Not equal. Given strings are equal. Given strings are not equal. Given strings are not equal. Like this, we can write simple way. I'll enhance the program a bit. For now, let's run this code and see what is happening. Given strings are equal should be printed, guys. In the output, given strings are equal should be printed. So there are some errors it is saying. What is the error? Okay, the code looks good. Okay, one closing brace is missing here. The program. Yeah, now save this and run the code. Right click, run as Java application. And see that given strings are equal will be printed. Given strings are equal. Okay. And what if I give another value to the string 2? In this case, what will happen? Arun is not equal to Varun. So given strings are not equal will be printed. Given strings are not equal will be printed. And instead of manually giving the values for the string 1 and string 2, I'll use the scanner. Okay. Whenever you get this kind of simple programs in the interviews, right? So it will not take much time. So to write the logic, but you write in a professional manner like this. Try to collect the input from the user. Okay, these two strings values you collect from the user. Okay, system.in and hover the mouse on this and import or Control Shift O, anything you can press to import this scanner class from java.util package. Okay, and after that, here write down system.out.println, system.out.println, enter first string. Okay, that you want to compare. Enter first string. Here, when the user enters the first string, I'll add, like, instead of giving the value, I'll say scanner.next line or next is also fine. Okay, single text, right? So next is also fine. Next line or next you can write here. Then here I'll write down system.out.println, enter second string. The string contains multiple words. It's better to write next line, guys. If the string contains whatever the user is entering, only one word contains, next is enough. So I'll prefer next line in this case. Okay, scanner dot. Both will take the input as the strings, but next will only take only one word in the given string, whereas next line will take the entire statement of the string, text given, scanner dot next line. And once the task is done of collecting the input at the end of the program, you can simply write down scanner dot close. Otherwise, this warning will keep coming, saying memory leak will happen and all. According to get rid of the scanner object warning, we'll write scanner dot close. Now run the code and see whether what is happening. It will ask the user to enter two strings. For example, if I enter Arun, then enter again Arun. given strings are equal will be coming. Okay. And if I give some other thing like this time when I run the code, if I give my name Arun and another name, let's say Varun, given strings are not equal will be printed. This is a programming logic or code that you have to write for, okay, comparing two strings. We have to use equals method, never use double equal symbol. Double equal symbol is for comparing the object differences, whereas equals method is for comparing the actual string values. Okay. So hope guys you got the answer for this question. So that's all for this session. Thank you. Bye bye.